Hello again. Don't mind me while I randomly and gradually put everything back. You know, back in the day I was able to restart streams and stuff and go back to them when I had them, and that doesn't seem to be a thing anymore. So this is just the way we live now. So for the one person who is here, yeah, I had a random power outage. That was weird and annoying. But we're back now. It was very, very brief. I'm not sure what the hell happened. But given that we had the random power outage, we now have the random power being back again. I was just beginning to do something as well. So that's frustrating, but you know, what is life if not frustrating sometimes? Womp. Yeah, so again, I just had a random power drop. That does not happen in Bellows Falls very often. Like, we have pretty stable power, we don't have crazy weather very much, we've got hydroelectric power in town. So normally that's not the case. It just showed up today for no particular reason. There may be more of that. Thing is, it does look like I have internets and everything survived the power drop just fine. Except the fire. Let's throw another log on the fire. The fire is the one thing that didn't go down. Because this is not electric. Something to have gratitude for, I suppose. If I ended up being out of power for an extended period in the depths of winter, it would not be dangerous because I would at least be able to continue to have heat, so that's cool. And I could put a kettle on here and then I would be able to make coffee. So heat and coffee, hell yeah, everything one needs. Ooh, also, let's put top chat to live chat again. I never like using top chat. It's like, do I really trust YouTube to decide who I'm supposed to see? I don't think so. Anywho, let's get back into what we're doing. Again, everything seemed to survive the power drop pretty good. So let's see if we can get a good solid 4.5 more hours of stream today and experiment with some of the things that we were talking about. Firstly, what happens if our initial rock size is not these giant titanic ones, but instead, let's say our biggest rock size is 256. What happens then? And we're at level 700, so this is a difficulty level high enough that we shouldn't be getting up to this point. Also, I have to set it up so I can hear what we're doing. Don't mind me, gotta run another program. I forgot to run. Audio hijack. There we go. Yeah, so here's our high level. And indeed at level 700 we do indeed have lots and lots of rocks in here. In fact, they are potentially quite large. Mind you, we're at 79 of them. So if I was to reduce that even more, still thinking in terms of those megastructures. I've also got it set up so I can't see everything I need to see, but that's fine. Because part of the megastructure is supposed to be the sheer number of bots we see. And how agitated they are. Like that one says, go this way. And at level 700, the scary monster is incredibly aggro. So it's gonna totally kill me. Unless I run away very fast. So I'm gonna do that. Oh, I also was going to increase speed, and I had better with this thing around. Speed needs to be much higher because otherwise I don't see the monster, but it's coming at me. There it is. And why can't I see you? Dang it. Oh, there it is. Hide behind a rock. And the scary thing. Reload. I've also had it be huge before. Right now it's the size of one of the bots. It just glows. So I've had that thing be much larger in the past. Also, it gets angrier now. See, you can't outrun that. It's moving too fast to deal with at all. Smashed into a giant rock. So if it was bigger, I'd be able to see it easier at times like this. That's not a very high aggro guy. Honestly, I had it set up so that if you shot it, but nothing happened. Okay, so now that we have power happening, let's see what happens. Bib Brown, I don't know what you mean by webcam. If you mean the picture of my face, I feel like that's already too large and it's covering up everything I'm trying to do. Maybe that's sarcasm. Rock size 128, so that basically worked. I'm pretty sure if I quickly run this again, I was going to deal with travel speed. And I'm working on the rocks right now. So we can make this dude rush up and kill you. See, it rushed up and killed me. And then I can go from level 700, which looks like this. I'm basically content with the density of stuff, to level 1, now looks like this. So part of what we've got here is, this is the instancing I was telling you about. We've got one large rock, and then we can kind of see in the distance that's probably the same one. I can tell by looking back to that one and seeing if there's another one. Oh no, I guess not. I guess we've got just enough of them that the asteroid field is not too predictable. But pretty much the way this goes is they start coming into view, and we've got an infinite supply of these guys. because they're all instances of ones within the same area. And they all follow the same rules, like now I can see that those were the same ones there. And indeed, there they are over there, there they are over here. That's the instances. That batch, that batch, that batch, they're all the same. So it is kind of fun shooting the rocks and making them blow up. At higher levels, they start picking up more speed. That can be part of gameplay. Oh, it was fair enough. Yeah, so that's kind of like sarcasm, except for sarcasm tends to be like, yeah, 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 mean, whereas it being a joke is more just acknowledging the fact that the webcam is too large. And again, the reason that the webcam is too large is because when my power isn't failing, which happened earlier, YouTube apparently drops if I'm sitting there looking at a coding screen without enough changing in the frame. So it's a work in progress. I'll figure it out. So let's see, that's a respectable rock size. So I'm now thinking about how this works. If I multiply that by 10, here's what's going to happen is I can find the spot at which point this can no longer run. And this might already be it. So when I run this, if I've set that equation up so that it reaches a point of feedback, then instantiating the game will fill all of space with rocks, and it'll never actually launch. That might be what we've already got. So if it's that, then what I need to do is quit out of there somehow. And I might be looking at problems even right there, because I might not be able to quit out of this now. We'll see. Or I can quit out of just the game itself. So if I hit Command Q, it doesn't seem to have responded. Escape doesn't do anything. Command Escape up. Brought some of this stuff up. So Command Option Escape is the force quit. I shouldn't be needing that. So we force quit all of this stuff. So that did not work. Now here's your problem. Rock size times 0.5 F. That is determining the degree to which tiny rocks are filling space. And I ran it in such a way where I multiplied that amount by 10, and it started filling space with rocks infinitely. I'm launching it at level 700. So square root of 700, I can find that out easily enough, is 26. 26 times 0.12 is 3. 0.5 plus 3 means rock size is getting way bigger than it should. So this level calculation might already be close to its limit. Let's see what else we can, maybe I can adjust it in some way. So Let's assume level 1000 is the hard limit. You don't get to go any higher than that. In fact, I can make sure of that. We only run this once. Ooh, I just saw lights flicker. If my power goes out again, my power goes out again. We'll see. There. So now we can never have a level smaller than 1000. I could also set it to like 100 and just push it in that direction. 1000 might be too many levels to play through to get to this stage. In fact, let's do that. If you can get to a level 100, it'll never get more dense with rocks. But other things continue to get more difficult. But 100 is as dense as you can go. Then square root of that, I believe that's 10. Yep, absolutely. And 10 times 0.1 is 0.1. So if we do 0.05, this now takes us to rock size doesn't get smaller as it goes. But if we do this, then it does. However, it still might be too dense with rocks. Let's find out whether this can run or whether this just crashes. Okay, it lives. This is our new maximum size. So there's our density, 153 rocks. Therefore, we can quit out of there. We know that that worked. If we go to 0.45, also let's make the tiny ones more populous. That'll bump the numbers quite a lot. Now let's see if we can get to where it makes an audible beep. We might have just pushed things too far. Oh, nope, it made a noise. But space is too crowded. And that is because we are now at 900 rocks and we're scaling them down. We are at like 0 frame rate. And the program is attempting to compensate by culling rocks because I've designed it to do that. But I still have like no frames. And we've only just started, so this is not acceptable. So one thing I should do is cull the sizes. The other thing I should do is back off the thing that I just did, which caused space to be full of way too many rocks. So I've barely got any frames. We can have it go to rock size larger than equals to 3 or more. What do we get if we do rock size larger than or equal to 8? That's going to cut down the number of tiny ones a great deal. Oh, only got one person left. Could be Chad, could be Brown. Doesn't really matter. Now what happens? I haven't changed anything else. I should hear something, and I have heard something. And we haven't actually cut the levels of rocks down at all, but they're all larger now than they were. So Let's keep going that direction, shall we? 16. I am really hearing noises. I guess they're from outside. Which is concerning because the last time I heard noises from outside, that meant that the power was about to go out. That's not great. Okay, here's our maximum density now. We're at 527 rocks. We've got some visible small rocks, but there's still quite a lot. And our frames are still terrible. Let's keep bumping up this number. 32. Also, I could compensate by the number of rocks here too. So one of the things it's doing is it is trying to work out whether the rocks are intersecting each other. I don't think it's doing that very effectively. No matter. So now we've got 32 to 128. It's cutting off before the rocks become too small. If this gets closer to 0.5, what's going to happen is it'll get closer to filling all space with rocks. But I can also count them. This has also got us iterating more as they get smaller. So this has me wondering, okay, 0.5, that is the way I've got this set up. If we're at 100, that means it never stops and we never actually see the game. It just continues to make rocks until the program crashes. 0.45 is already the point where we are starting to lose the ability to continue. Oh, that's a reserved word, but not when I add something else to it. There we are. Ooh, we're not happy about that, are we? Well, partly it's because I had to do this. So now, if we do that, what happens if I do base scale? No, that's probably still fine. This is the one that wants to be changed, so now we're incrementing at that size every single time we get one of these. Base scale is being stored outside of this. So what happens when I subtract something from base scale? It gets smaller, meaning that the offset there starts shrinking again. So this is going to compensate for how to fill space up with all of this. Divided by 100. 0.005. So if I subtract 0.005 from this, what's going to happen is that at level 100, oh, did something else crash? At level 100, it will be 0 plus this other thing that goes up to 0.5. meaning it won't be filling space. However, since we're doing this every single time, oh no, I have a better idea. Shouldn't be there. Let's do this inside this loop. If we do it inside this loop, every single rock we add contributes to this calculation. So now that we're doing that, the scale factor starts out pretty big, but then it dials back by how many rocks you've created. Alrighty, see you later, Chad. I'm going to keep fooling with this until taco time. So that's going to give me a startup pretty soon. Maximum rock size. Oh, that worked real well, didn't it? Hell yeah. That worked real good. This is a daunting and impossible number of rocks to fly through, but we still have frames. And we get to this stage as soon as we hit 100. That means this could be even denser. We only got 187 rocks here, so I tell you what, that means we can scale this too. If we go down to a size of 8, it's still not going to be that unreasonable. Sure enough, we got up to 275 rocks. Things are even denser now than they were. To the point where at level 700, things are borderline unplayable, but we're still kinda sort of getting frames. That's cool. We've got so much going on that gravity is going crazy. We've got that guy being intimidating. He's gonna smash up some rocks for me. Most likely. Oh, no, he just broke that rock. He's bad news. See? This guy's just flying around breaking rocks. I thought you were supposed to be protecting rocks. What are you doing? And then the next thing is more acceleration. And I really do need to scale this back because it is kind of unworkable. But I do like how I kind of have a bit of frame rate, even though things are very unreasonable in terms of the number of rocks hanging around. So let's quit out of there. Those changes basically worked. I think I don't need to have that actually be 8 though. Let's have it be 1/10 of rock size, and let's have rock size be 120 rather than 128. There's no special reason for it to be powers of 2. That's just random. In fact, let's dial that back even more. Let's have it be 100 down to 10. And then let's have the level be a mere 200 rather than 700. It should make it launch a little faster. Here we go. So this is still maximum density as far as how tightly packed everything is. This is before I do any megastructures. Megastructures should be physical. Bots and rocks cannot coexist with megastructures. And we're still at 252, enough to cause significant gravity. Let's quickly crash into a rock and start over at level 1. Oh, I didn't actually die for that one. Well, I need to get more speed up. Whoa. Okay, I need to get even more speed up. Kamikaze, there we go. Okay, so that's maximum density. We're going to go to level 1, which is minimum density, but it'll probably still be a fair number of them. Let's give it a shot. Boop. So here's where we start. Cool, cool. That's not too many rocks. We've got our scary guy over here. We're seeking, presumably, this fella here. Hit escape for level 2. Level 2 will have slightly more rocks, probably. Yeah. So you have to do 100 of them to get to where it's really overcrowded like that. This is a pretty reasonable number. And if we have a decent frame rate, we can still hit anything we aim at. That was actually behind me. And the thing just killed me. Apologies for the very loud noise. But then the game is supposed to have this thing be intimidating. That's one way to do it. So let's quit out of there. Because there's 2 things that remain to be done. Not counting throwing another log on the fire or anything else along those lines. The things that remain to be done are you need to be able to fly around faster and possibly not use up energy just by flying. I had forgotten that that was a thing. It seems like it could get annoying. And that's fairly easy to remedy. Go to player. Here is where we are doing gravity. So it's picking random rocks and applying gravity based on their size. And it's possible to be gravitationally attracted to instances as well. But up here is where we are applying energy. So there's our direction. This is where we steer. Direction is normalized. Well, now, that's something that can be changed. Also, that means that okay, variables. Let's have more variables. Here's a bunch of variables. Do I still have my code for doing this, I wonder? Oh, okay. Some of the noise that I'm hearing was my fan, my exhaust fan in the kitchen over my stove, rattling and clinking, which gives me some insight into what was happening with my power outage. We have high winds. That's what's going on. We had all manner of rain yesterday. Well, today it's apparently high winds we got, so fair enough. Maybe that's why I don't have any viewers. Maybe winds have taken out everybody that was watching the stream. Let's see. I've still got my warp speed effect. Is it still there? Is it everywhere? Is it anywhere? I do believe I only have my warp speed effect up here. We're not going to go by linear velocity. Instead, we're going to go by warp. I've just instantiated a thing called warp. First order of business, see what this looks like. That will now reset to whatever that value is, which is probably about the same. Yep, nope, that's what we had. Ooh, look at that. Centigrades, are you centigrades? Which one's centigrades? It's not these. Oh, I know which one it is. Yay, I win. So level 200, this was. Load another. Level 201. So my idea here is if I want to be able to move around this place faster, we can have this warp amount, and as I continue to hold down the acceleration, warp can sneak up. As it does, the amount of acceleration I add increases, but also we can readjust the FOV and the camera FOV. These are staying the same. And then if we keep updating it, it's going to be in physics process. Actually, that could be in simply process. It'll go smoother that way. It'll only be changing in physics process, though. Yeah, that's probably fine. So what we've got here are energies. That isn't dealing with anything yet. That's how it steers. Here's where we update that. We have not yet begun altering warp. Warp is still always literally just 1. The idea here is you should be able to blast away like mad. Let's also make it so it does not eat up your fuel, because it feels fun to be able to travel all over the place like this. Again, one alternate possible title for this game was Never Tell Me the Odds. It should be possible to fly about like crazy. So if input dir length is larger than 0.1, then we do stuff. However, this might not be the thing. So that is happening every frame. Now it's not. But okay, it wants to do a fancy autocomplete. One of those things is an acceptable answer. The other one is kind of not. Actually, neither of them are. So if input dir length is larger than 0.1, that means you're applying a direction of some kind. Some kind of acceleration is happening. Otherwise, it is not. This increases warp only by every second it amps up. We might not want that. If we don't want that, we comment all of that out. And move this to here. At which point it will ramp warp up way quicker. Now I'm seeking the ramp things down scale, but I can also just literally have it snap back to 1 immediately. So this is going to be messy. With this, we are ramping up warp like every frame. This will be way too much acceleration, and also the appearance of things will go crazy. So that was immediately fatal. So what happens is warp went crazy. Warp did not affect direction as much as I thought it was going to. And then warp snapped back real good. Don't mind me keeping an eye on the fire. So here's how this stands. FOV is working basically correctly, although it goes kind of crazy. And we could simply have the acceleration ramp up a whole bunch. And we could be accelerating warp every second, or at least less often. That would look like this. I believe at this stage I'm not actually using up energy and fuel. That was this stuff. We've decided that's no fun, and we're not going to do it. So at this stage, it is now incrementing speed once a second. Let's see what that looks like now. And again, it'll take a lot longer to ramp up now. Okay, that was something. All right, now, less crowded environs. Every second, we are amping up. And it will continue to go crazy the longer I go, but it also becomes harder to avoid these rocks. Disconcerting having it go every second. Oh, hit that one too hard. Hit that one not as hard. Okay. Let's fool with that some more. I do not like warp increasing the way that it is. I also feel like one of the things that's happening is it's doing a pretty good job of emulating visual hyperspeed that way. That's basically cool. I'm thinking in terms of what do I need to do in order to have the inverse of warp gradually ramp down. And I'm also thinking in terms of what would I need to do. Like, one thing about this is if we don't zoom it in such a way that, like, if we don't go to wide angle for high speed and instead we go to telephoto for high speed, it's going to act very differently. It's going to act like this. So That does not give such an impression of headlong speed, but it makes it a little bit more manageable. Then, if we move this outside of physics tick, it will be more linear. We don't really need physics tick that way. And if letting off the gas gradually reverts to the original speed, that's going to be another warp-oriented calculation. So essentially what I'm looking to do is hang on. So if we do that, we do have to check that's not what I wanted, but it's close enough. We don't want warp becoming tiny values. 1 is going to suffice. Now let's see what we got. It's a little disconcerting, I'll give it that. Recharge, haven't fired any shots. Yeah, we got this telephoto effect going on. It's all well and good. Disorienting. Picked up a lot of speed and ended up going real quick. And we only changed size when we were actually had control, so there's that. So that's with making the correcting factor be dividing. When I had it be multiplying here, we got more of a sense of great speed. But you seemed to back away from things as you blasted towards them, which is somewhat counterproductive. And velocity is getting a a heightened boost from that. So maybe if I just continue to increase that. Okay, so that was bad news, but it didn't actually kill me. So I feel like if I tune this in properly, it'll be workable. Let's blast in this direction until our field of view collapses. Warp speed attained. Too many, too much. Okay. So that's amusing. We can continue to multiply that by warp. That'll get things unhinged real fast. Direction times warp times warp times warp. We're just going to warp into the next universe. And then maybe it increases slower, but I want it at full crank for the moment. Also, what if it slowed down faster than it increased? What would happen then? Because we're not actually applying the energy that way. Okay, that's bouncing back too fast. But we're in the vicinity. So let's reduce that even more. 0.5, but we'll reduce by... No, let's have that be like that. Okay, let's see what we got now. My hope is that the sort of field of view shifting will seem relatively manageable. But still allow for like hyperdrive. I should have it cut back. I should have it cut back when you hit brakes. That would be good. Let's have it cut back when you hit brakes. And it was dialing back a little quicker than I liked. So this would be at the same speed. So if it dialed back a little faster, but then also let's keep an eye out for when we hit brakes and do it there too. So that's a zap. That's also a zap. That's a brake. So is gas now. Brakes are free, but gas is in this as well. In fact, we'll try this. Okay. I'm going to throw another log on there pretty soon. Let's see what we're looking at now. Oh, wrong thing. Did it run? It did not. Let's see what we're looking at now. was too fast. You do get a sense of all of this, though. I do feel like the ability to maneuver around is functioning. I don't like the way those flick around, but whatever. Get rid of some of these little rocks. Let's blast. Oh, out of energy. Okay. Well, that didn't go well. I shot too many rocks. Back into having more energy. Full energy. Now let's hit it. Wow, okay. I was busy. We're at 400 rocks, still getting it fairly decent. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Okay. So that's why not to do that. Amusing. Level 1. Flying away like crazy and filling space with much smaller rocks. At which point I can go very, very fast, but it's going to become dangerous. This dangerous. But on the bright side, I moved far away from the mean angry thing. So now I can see that I can seek that bot in peace for at least a blessed moment. Got there. Alrighty then. So that is some aid in terms of getting the moving around scenario to work better. I wonder whether I should make it lay on the gas even harder. So if we do that, here's where we're applying FOV. There could be a control for base FOV. Haven't done that yet. But this can just continue to become unreasonable. After all, linear velocity times direction times warp times warp times warp times warp times warp. This could become amusing too, but I'm not quite sure how I'm doing it. We're doing a lerp to direction, so it's chasing your direction. 1 minus normalized dot direction times 0.25. I'm not sure what's going to happen if I fool with this. Although one quick thing to do is I could just throw another work on there. as soon as you let off the gas, it seems to be going much faster because warp is altering. And the brake stops you nicely, though. It said that way. Some zaps. About you. You say that way. And it says aggressive rouge. Well, I see a red colored something. Let's go to that. Ah, you're the one. Got there. Yeah, hey. We are very close to a bunch of rocks now. There's a bit of a feel of like slamming on the power, having your head stuck back, and then normalizing. Oh, I see trouble. We're going to go far away from trouble. As quick as I can reasonably do so. See, this is where the megastructures will come in. And I see a blue guy, so let's see, are you the one? Yes. Got there. Probably need more sound effects and things. And away we go. You know what? That's good enough for now. That's good enough for now. That seems to be moving in a respectable way. Ooh. Okay, well, if we're down to 0 viewers, I'm going to go and take another pit stop. However, what I will do is... Alrighty. Let's think about what we can do in terms of megastructures. We'll start by making a big object somewhere. In fact, I have a rough idea as to what can be done here. So not going to be concerned with hang on, I do need to do instancing, at least vertically. Well, no worries. If I have to do instancing vertically, I have to do instancing vertically. No biggie. But here in game, oh, I can't zoom any further. There's very little here that makes any sense. Well, that's interesting. What's that about? We are triggering parts of the bloom effect through just looking at the screen, even though that is not actually an object rendered in the screen. Interesting. We could do cubes. God, excuse me. That could work. The megastructures could be made up out of cubes. You could also make spaceship effects out of just increasingly complicated numbers of cubes. That's a pretty classic technique, in fact. You can get scripts that do that in Blender and whatever. So that's a very doable thing. Thing is, I am thinking in terms of instantiating maybe not so many of those, and having it be very much like this mesh instance. Which we are not looking at right now, but if I flip faces, we can kind of see what that is. It's just not being drawn very well. See, the distance fading is causing that to disappear. I could maybe come up with this sort of spaceship-looking texture to use. Just like black rectangles on white, something like that. When you flip faces, it becomes viewable only from the inside, like this. And that's the circumstances I currently have this in. But then that is just a representation of where the universe is, because if you are not inside this box, you don't exist. Instances appear outside the edges of the box. So what we're talking about is instantiating some cubes or objects of some kind and figuring out what to do with them. So what we're going to do is add a child node that is just another node 3D. and rename it to cubes. And so things become a child of cubes now if we instantiate stuff onto them. The difference is positioning of things in cubes is way bigger than the size of the world. And I'm going to need to make a base object for this too. So what might that be like? Well, here's our basic rock object, and we're manipulating it from that. And here's where it's at in rock scene. So what we're going to do is go over into here and well, I don't want to make it be a child of that though. Create new scene. Cube scene. There we go. Now we're going to do stuff similar to what rock was. Ask away. I mean, there ain't nobody here just about except for you and somebody else, so ask me anything you like. I'm not in a particularly high-pressure mode at the moment. I'm just going to be duplicating this. Oh, it doesn't have to be about game. Or it can be if you like, whichever you prefer. Hang on, what was this object? It's a rigid body 3D. This also needs to be a rigid body 3D. I will keep an eye out so that you can ask me and I will answer. So that needs a collision shape and a mesh instance. Well, polygon might be interesting. I am still waiting on question. If you've got one, we'll see. And let's see. Mesh instance. I suppose prisms are also a possibility. Hey, we got a mesh instance. Now we gotta update it with the other things that the meshes have. So it's gonna have a material. We're gonna go and find what the material is. You should ask. I'm not sure how well chat is moving or working, but I see you, so you should ask. I do not know what CL1B and its two attack modes are. So that's a pretty quick answer. Now that's just weird looking. How about not you? Let's open up some other kind of thing. I know, we'll just do rock albedo for now. See what we get. Yeah, so don't know whether you saw that or not, but I do not know what CL1B is. In theory, we have a box. Looks a little bit like we have a box. If we have a normal map and it is the same texture, what happens? Bad things. Let's not do that. I do not know that much about the airband of the Magi Q. I'm a little distracted with this, but it's fine. You know what, let's go back to here. And I wonder if I can make this appear in game. Well, one thing I can do is find out whether it still runs with the new thing there. Because I'm not using anything, so in theory it should still be okay. Oh, something bad happened. What's going on here? I've busted the stuff that was already there for no good reason. Maybe let's fix that. That's weird. I bet what happened is I tried to load that thing, and it was a texture, and then I tried to load it as a normal map, and it caused it to behave as if it was a normal map. That's no good. Don't like that. Looky there, it's right there. Now it thinks it's a normal map. And we haven't changed the import. So instead, let's re-import it as not a normal map. And then, we're running it in the wrong place. And now we're back to normal again. And by that I mean not a normal. So that was interesting. So I tried to load a PNG. I tried to open it as a normal map, and all it did was break it for everybody. Unhelpful. However, we can probably go and reload that texture again. rock albedo. There it is. Apparently I've got bitmaps for this one. Interesting. And this time we're not going to try to load a more map or any of that stuff. What if we do this? What do we get? Ah, okay. Scale does something. Scale made it zoom in. Now it looks sort of like concrete. We'll save that for now. I have not yet generated a texture that will work for acting like it is a spaceship of some kind. Not yet. Although I could make such a thing out of multiple overlaid textures. And if we do not have repeat, then it's much weirder and smaller. But if we do have repeat, then it looks like a normal thing. Wood stove still seems to be going okay. We're getting another set of colder days. So now that we've got this, let's hit save, and let's hit save here as well. And then maybe we will see what we get when we start instantiating these in here. And that's going to happen here in game. No, not there in game. Here in the code. But this game. So firstly, let's here's the sequence, that and then that. There, so that should be legit. There's not going to be anything there, so that's harmless, but that's going to override each time. Then it's time to look up. Oh, I have an idea. We're making the one bot. We're making the guardian. The guardian is there. It's starting out deep down in negative value. Then we're spawning bots, but before we spawn bots, we've got some things instantiated already. Alrighty, spawn bot, that is a subroutine. It lives here. Spawn rock is also a subroutine that lives here. So, oh look, and they're following the same bot scene and rock scene. That means I'm going to need a cube scene. Oop. Right on. I don't know why it says 4 usages. I haven't used it at all yet, but here we are. And I'll tell you something else. We have to go back into Godot to deal with this. And that is because, let's see. Well, now hang on. Okay, show me where these are. I'm going to have to drag the scene into it in the Godot editor to get this to work. Otherwise, I am nowhere. Also, I'm going to have to duplicate these too. Not that way, but close. Ooh, and I can't do this quite yet because I don't have a script for it, do I? Well, that's going to be done over here. We have many issues. Oh, look, pitch scale is less than 0. That's not supposed to be that way. Scene, okay. Here we go. Here we go. There's rock scene. There's bot scene. I could have cube sound, but I'm not worried about that right now. And here is cube scene. So let's drag that into here. Boom, got there. And now it's got this other stuff. Bot sound is resource, rock sound is packed scene. That's weird, but I don't suppose that's a problem. It's been working, so I guess I'm okay there. This world size, difficulty, blah, 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 level, that stuff's fine. That stuff's fine. So we're going to save that here. Then we have a cube scene which can be instantiated by code. At which point we're back over to writer. Hey Jonathan, it slowed down, and I'll tell you why. It slowed down because I did 2 chapters that had been pre-written. And then the third post would be the 3rd chapter, but the 3rd chapter is like nothing but notes. So that's a bit of a downer. Ah, we don't have one of those, do we? Well, let's find out what to do about that. Here's cubes. Here's the cube scene. So this clearly needs to have a script. Rock as a script, bot as a script, and connections on body entered for the rigid body. Cube doesn't have a script yet, but it will. Oops. Thank you. Keep clicking in the wrong place. This isn't a day to worry about manners. This is a day of derping around without a lot of pressure on things, because Donut worked well for a plugin release, and I should be able to drop to tape 9 this coming weekend, so that's probably going to go even better. And so this is a low-key week of not having to accomplish anything very much. Okay, that was just weird. We need to emit this signal and connect it to a routine in here, but I need to follow the pattern. And I keep clicking in the wrong damn place. But what are you going to do? I need to click in the right place here. Here is where we have a routine It's hard to find because it's taking forever to scroll through all of this nonsense, but all the same, it is possible to find. Maybe it'd be easier in... Oh, clicking in the wrong damn place again. Yikes. How about I move you to where you overlap this window, and then I can only click in the right place. There, see? That works. So we need to put a routine in here that works with the collision and then connect it, and then I can go from there. Peter Thiel is an odd man. He's going through some stuff. Let's see. Class, Rock, Rigid Body 3D. That's me. Partial class, Rock, Rigid Body 3D. So does Cube also say the same thing? Yes, it does. Override ready. I've got one of those in Cube. It's doing all this instancing. I will be doing that with the giant macro scale stuff, but largely simply to make it, there'll be one above and one below, and those will be the only instances for those. Because side to side is handled differently. On body entered, here we go. There we go, and we do not want the exited. Here's how we discover whether something has collided. That doesn't mean we need to use that, mind you, but it might be useful anyhow. Meaning, there's but, we need to also take cube, and let's connect that to the routine. Okay, so in theory, this is now going to send a collision if it collides with the collision shape. And we get to reset the shape, and we get to adjust these things around, and we'll figure it out. One way or another, we'll figure it out. Thing to do right now is to instantiate this and put it into the world. I have another idea. It's a rigid body. So if we go to the inspector, we can set it so that it is a impervious thing without even messing with its mass or anything like that. We can just set it to be impervious to any force. Long as I find out how to do that. Oh, interesting. Okay. Those are not things. So if I freeze it, what's kinematic freeze mean? Oh, okay. Hang on. Well, it's probably more effective to... So these in theory could be made to move, but I would be better off using a static body 3D rather than a rigid body 3D. I am now contemplating whether that's a better move. Let's find out what happens if we try that. Oop, not strat. Okay, so it's a 3D physics body, but it doesn't have to move around. It's not going to have any velocity or anything like that. And apparently there's no signal, so I can actually get rid of some of this stuff. Okay, there's no signal. So we don't need a signal here. It's just a visual rock. And we're going to update this too while we're at it. This is nothing but scenery, if that is, it's working. So there's no signal for that. Inspector seems the same. Collision shape is legit. We can have that. In fact, it needs one of those. And it can have a mesh instance. So in theory, we can instantiate one of these, or indeed as many of them as we want. That's going to be done here in Rider, here in game. So private cube, that means we can instantiate the object. Cube scene should still be where I left it. Yep, it's connecting to the relevant scene. I changed the kind of object it is, but that we haven't used any of it yet, so that part's probably fine. And now let's scooch down here and see whether we can instantiate any of these things. It was going to be like here before we spawn bots, because they'll be positioned not overlapping other physics objects. And it's going to be using the counterpart Ooh, we got a lot of wind outside. Hope it doesn't take the power out again. Still, points to the folks for getting the power back on so quickly. That was barely 2 minutes, if that. Very impressive. So player image, I'll be reading from player image in order to produce this. But it's going to be following these rules. We'll get rid of most of that. It's not going to be relevant. But let's see. Okay, so bot gatherer, that gets added to the overall thing. Do I have to instantiate that or set it up in some way? Here's ready. Here's new level, which we call once and begin. Bot gather. Okay, so we do need to do that. Ooh, hi. So rock gather, then cube gather, we're going to do this. Lovely. But cubes, not cube. That was mistaken. There. So these are following the same pattern. That's on purpose. I do the plugins this way as well. I want these all to act very similar. In fact, I'll even space them out a little bit. We'll do that. A little space between that and that. Space between that and that. Space between that and that. And so these little chunks of things. Oh, look at that. Zap. We don't have a zap gatherer, do we? Or do we? No, we don't. No matter. We'll get there. Zaps works a little differently. So before we spawn bots, we're going to put at least one cube in there, and it's going to act a little bit like this, but also not. Man, the wind out there. I have some tarps that are probably already gone. Not going to have a mass, it's a static body. Not going to have this. Ooh, but it's going to have something like it. It's not going to have that. It's not going to have a world size or a rock size. But it's going to have a cube gatherer. Hi. See you, Jonathan. Ooh, okay. I don't need to worry about talking quite so much right now because nobody's there. Let's steal some of this stuff. It's not going to have a linear velocity because it is a static body. Let's start punching this stuff in. And see, whoop, 2 Fs. There we go. And then ready is currently empty. Okay. So if that works, that will place one cube in the scene and it won't do anything. But it should be textured and it should be collidable. Let's find out what happens. Ooh, everything died. Okay, so that was no bueno. -1 rocks, fair. Okay, ooh, I see. That should be cube scene, not rock scene. What else have we got? Those should still be legit. Don't think we need to worry about that. I'll copy that out of something else if I need it. Alrighty. Now what do we got? Does it run? Probably. Yep. Okay, so I should be able to go down and find a cube here somewhere. However, I do not see one. Let's see if it's any easier to find. I go down to Mr. Dude there. Let's make this cube larger. Cube position should be roughly in the middle, but everything else is being moved about quite a bit. We should be able to place the thing here. So let's make it 100 by 100. Looking to see if we can, add child rock. Never mind, that's why that didn't happen. Now let's see what we got. Do we have a 100 by 100 cube in the middle of the scene that can be collided with? I see a something. I bounced off of something. It's the Borg. Boing. Not only that, it's bouncy time because it doesn't hurt you when you bounce off of it. I don't think there is a name for it. Cool. Not only that, watch this. It disappeared. That's because it's right there. It's being illuminated by the roaring monster guy. If we go down, we see that it appears here too. And we see a bot rolling around on it which wants to be inside it or something like that. And things are bouncing off of it. It is a static object. Scary. And we still have a cube. Oh, but the reason it just visibly disappeared is because it is always sitting in the same place it was. So it's going to appear or disappear based on where it sits. Might even see it appear and disappear now. It's not actually being adjusted. So one of the things that we can do here, we'll start up. So if I tear-ass this direction, what I'm going to see is the cube will start appearing. In fact, I'll bounce off of it if I'm not careful. Because I'm kind of teleporting around. We're continuing to phase through the same amount of space, and it appears every time I come back through the outside edge of the world again. Straight off of it, it doesn't do me any harm. Because it doesn't affect the collider. Said I'm somewhat offset from it now. There it is again. Boink. See, that is harmless to bump into. In fact, the rocks rocks will also bump into it. Although they are not moving very fast. So one thing we can do is start making more of these and color coding them. But I do also need to do the up and down ones. Again, if we do this, we will see that it suddenly appears. Or at least if I find it and go to it, it's not taking up that much of the full space. Okay, so here we are. If I go straight up, what's going to happen is I am going to see it above me very suddenly. And that's because I teleported through the top of the world and came back in the bottom of the world, and there it is. Same thing happens if I go down. So I need instances of it above and below, but not to the sides, because they are all going to be updated as I traverse the edges of the world. If I shift this by exactly one world size in whatever direction it needs to go, it will appear as if it has a existence beyond the world space that we're currently working with. That's going to be horizontally, but I do need to make instances vertically. Let's see how I went about doing that. So we're calling cube ready, much like we're calling rock ready. Rock ready has this stuff in it. And we're fussing with the scale of rocks, but the thing we care about is we're going to need just one mesh A and one B vertically. We only need to instantiate these once for up and down. But we don't need to instantiate these in every other direction because they're going to be persistent objects on a much larger scale. So that'll be interesting. Give me a second. I feel like throwing another log on my fire. It's getting to be colder and all that wind and stuff, and so might as well keep this going. I'm going to have slightly less time on Thursday, but I hope to still find a little time to do this. And then, of course, after Thursday is the weekend. And the weekend gets to be exciting plug-in drop time. For those of you who are here, yes, you're going to get the new 2 tape. I feel like just startling everybody with it. Okay. Catch fire, please. There you go. That's the way. Also, maybe I should throw some more water in this kettle. Let me do that while I'm at it. I bet it boiled dry. Feels dry. There was actually still a little bitty of water in here, just not very much. Okay. Usually I have a fade. Let's try that again. Yep, there we go. We'll go a little smoother today. We'll do a more smoother day. So, we're going to need private RID. It's going to be a local variable, so it can have the same name. Well, hang on a second. Am I making it in the right place? I think not. I bet it needs to be here. There we go. And back over to here. Ooh, do we need the transform? I think we need the transform. We'll rename it. This should be fairly straightforward. I don't anticipate a lot of complication with this. Of course, we're basically just duplicating the behavior we have here, but a lot simpler. And if it works, then it works. So let's see whether that actually let's see how well this works, just like that. So we're not going to do this. Instead, we're going to rename that. For now, let's... Actually, that was 100, wasn't it? These are not going to stay default values like this forever. But for now, I want to see if I can make it appear. Oop. Well, that didn't work. Okay. In theory, that should have just positioned these. However, we're not done. We've instantiated 2 of those. I think we're also going to need to have a bit down here. And by that I mean way the heck down here. So here we are in process. And here's how this is going to go. We do not need chase delta for this. That does something else. Oh, and the rotation thing never worked. I didn't solve that. I should probably go to some Godot place to ask. But this should. Only need mesh A and mesh B. Then this here. that there. Oh, I am going to need world size, aren't I? Hang on. I do need that. I know that that's not going to work for me, so we're not going to worry about that. Be nice if I did, but these aren't going to revolve or move, so they're fine. And let's see. That's actually pretty straightforward. Got to go right up to the top where I have that instantiated, and we're going to load it. It's in the class. It works like this. We'll put it here in front of everything else. And then in game, we have to instantiate it. So let's see. There we are. Set that. And over to here, how we doing? I see an underline there. It's probably just because it hasn't been saved or something. Now we do have world size, so there's that. Oh, that is apparently a problem. What's its problem now? Oh, I'm missing one of the... There we go. I needed another parenthesis. Cool, cool. This should work the same. That should work the same. And I will need to dispose of those instances when this leaves. I think I had at the very bottom of rock this code. Ah, here we go. That's actually very straightforward. We just paste that in there. Going down to here, rather. We just paste this into cube. And then delete everything we're not actually using. I will point out that this is not fully working. I'm still going into situations where if I spawn a new level, it's leaving some of these instances hanging around. Hey Chad, it's going reasonable. But it's supposed to delete things when you get notification pre-delete. So maybe it just runs out of time. I honestly don't know what the problem is. There's probably a solution. So now we're doing these things. Let's see if it runs firstly, and if it does, we'll find out whether it instances. It runs. Do not know whether that means it's instancing, though. If a cube suddenly appears, I'll know that it is not instancing. Oh, I wasn't going straight up, though. You know what? Let's head back to here. And let's crash into a rock and start again with level 1. Starting again with level 1. And it has instanced wrong, but by God it has. Look at that. And I know why, too. I need to update world size properly. Look at that. We have instances of the cube, they're just not in the right place. Here's Mr. Cube. And then there's one over there. It's even getting the light from the glowy thing. And there's one over there, but they need to be literally directly above and below. That's easily fixed. And here's why. So then the question becomes, okay, everybody is negative world size. This is probably the vertical positioning. We'll find out real quick. No such thing as -0 in my world. Okay. Now, if this works, we'll have instances above and below. And again, I'm going to run straight into the... Oh, actually, I don't need to. I can see with my eyes. That's a cube. So it is. We got a vertical stack of cubes. Okay, so here is the next question. Can we make that cube take up way more space? Because that might be a thing. We might be able to make a apparent geometry just by instantiating these guys in a 2D plane, instantiating them up and down exactly 1, setting them to whatever color they're supposed to be, and scaling them appropriately, which means they need to have a scale size. Or technically, it doesn't even need to be a scale size. It could simply be loaded from the texture I'm working with based on what color pixel that particular location is. And we have not yet, there's still a thing to do. But maybe not that hard of a thing. First things first, though. Let's set this up. Cube gatherer, blah. Do we have a cube size here anywhere? Or can we maybe just define it in here? Maybe we can just define it in here. And we give it that parameter as well. Lovely, it even knew what I wanted. Very good. Charming. Half the time it gets that wrong, but this time it did not. Okay. We'll directly set that, and then we will do it here using its internal variable, which is a public variable, so I can read from it as well as write to it. And now we make it 500 by 500 and see how crazy things get then, because there's not going to be enough room for asteroids anymore. I stand corrected, there kind of is. Or maybe I'm stuck inside it? Okay, I can... Oh, I am. I'm stuck inside it. So here's what happens with this. It is illuminated by Mr. Dude down there. I can't go very far in any direction, or I simply port into the other world, at which point it disappears from there and appears in there. What that probably means is that I see a large empty space. See where all of those spots are? See where all those spots are over there? Here's what's happening. The instancing of all of these things are following the rule of you can't intersect this space. Now, I was intersecting that space, but it takes up like all space. And so you see all of these things moving on a sort of virtual positioning. When I go a little bit forwards, you see that they're rolling on the surface of the cube. Nothing fits in the universe except where the cube is at. So this is a physics object. I can bounce off of it just fine. These guys are trying to go into the cube, failing. Everything sort of basically works, but all we get to see is the one instance, but then this is the only universe we're in. And we're looking to the side and seeing through a transparent cube over here, eating up all the space here. And look all the way down there and see that there are more guys along the surface of the cube. They're trying to go where they want. Weirdly, that one's being illuminated and this one is not. Oh, there's my dude. Okay, so I can do something rather messy and amusing here. Is going to bounce off of the surface of the cube like crazy trying to get me. Oh, better touch one of these. I better run away is what I better do. Go up here to this instance, and here we go. We're back in the same place of the world. So isn't that neat? We are still in the same very limited world, but it's all acting different because all the space in the world is being used up by these giant cubes, which are like functional objects, and everything has to follow these rules. The asteroid bounces off the cube, the light is cast onto the cube, and all of these bots are trying to go into spaces inside the cube, and they can't. Oh, I bounced too hard. Yeah. So this concept is solid as these cubes. So logically, what I need to do is make a bunch more of them. I think you can overlap static bodies. And we need to make more of these, have them be a little bit smaller than that. Oh, let's have a quick gander at what this looks like too. So I'm currently inside the cube, but I can get out of it. I assume I can get out of it. Okay, I got out of it. So starting inside that is not great. I probably should instantiate it before instantiating player. But the problem is I instantiated player at a set position, which this now overlaps, and that's causing my problems. So now if I go this direction, next thing you know, I'm inside the cube again. And that's because we're teleporting back and forth within this space. But above and below, oh, that didn't have a collider. That does. Oh, I know what's happening. This doesn't have a collider. That's because this is the one with the collider. And the rendered instance is overlapping the size of the world. If the render instance was a little less tall, then it wouldn't be doing that. So that's interesting. So now, that's some amusing stuff to do. So what I'm wondering is, can I instantiate these more usefully? Well, one of the things I can do to start is I can make them be a lot smaller. And these are still collidable, but they're not so unreasonably large. So if I go more or less straight up, I will end up seeing it again. There it is. And there'll be a vertical stack of these, but there's not really a horizontal stack of them so much as you can travel to where you can see another one that'll just appear in what was apparently an open space. Testing that assumption. I'm expecting to see a cube appear in a seemingly open space before terribly long, if I'm doing this right. There it is. Yeah, so it's like that. Physics objects don't get to coincide with it. Again, that really should happen before anything else happens, before player spawns. So what I'm thinking is, mostly I'm just thinking, I guess. Also, I see myself drifting by gravity, referencing this cube. So what can happen is I can spawn several of them adjacent to this space. And what needs to happen with it is this. Player we need to do the same thing with these. It's going to be a little routine in all of this. And it's going to count everything in cube. And then if they're far enough away, they despawn. But new ones might spawn in. And so the challenge there is going to be making them spawn in, if this is in fact the appropriate thing to do, without double spawning them on top of each other. So that's going to be interesting. I guess we'll find out one way or another. So not going to there so much as going to here. And then cube gatherer is what I'm going to want. And we're going to use code similar to what's in here. But that's not actually it. Maybe here? No. Although that could work. Yeah, I'm seriously contemplating spawning every single one of these every damn frame. Or respawning all of them every time we traverse a world boundary. That might be a thought. That might actually be a thought. To quickly, and they're only cubes, quickly respawn everything after blanking everything every time we traverse a world boundary. Kind of depends on how many there are, but there aren't all that many. After all, when we're moving the rocks, we're updating like thousands of rocks per frame. So if we respawn all of these, but they're not actually existing in a new location, shouldn't be any harm done. That might be famous last words, though. One thing I'm going to want to do is iterate through some of this stuff. What am I iterating through already? Let's go up to the top of here. I don't think I'm iterating through a thing. Do we iterate through everything here? No. Don't think we do. How about here? No. So this does not count. This will have something in it that does, though. But no, it doesn't, because... So what I'm going to want to do is iterate through everything in attached to where the cubes are attached to. Actually, I've got that up here for blanking everything. Yeah, look at that. I don't want to free everything, but this is what it's going to do. So for every instance in player where we're updating the position of Guardian, I now also need to update the position of every cube. So there's us moving around. And here's where this stuff gets done. So here's our first Guardian update. Same thing. Let's start by placing this in every one of these. Because Guardian follows the same rules. You can go far away from it, even beyond the distance of the world, and it honors that. And we're past that point, so that doesn't need to be there anymore. Also, these will not have gravitation. So here we are with this bit. Okay, vector 3 CPOS, let's call it. Child, oh, yikes, that wasn't appropriate at all. No help there. Well, shucks, that should have worked. Didn't like that. Why didn't it like that? Maybe I need to do this in stages. Oh, is it going to say something? Were you going to say something? Cannot convert Godot node into Godot vector 3. Fair. Can we read it as cast it to static body 2D, which is what it should be, and then no, seemingly not. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, I bet we need to do get node. Well, let's give it a try. We have game get node after all, so we're doing get node cubes, get children. We're iterating through that. Oh, I misspelled. I bet that's a capital D. There we go. Okay, does that work? No, but it wanted to move on. That's cool. Why doesn't it like that? Oh, why is it complaining it's never used when apparently, okay, it can't convert it. I bet that true means that it is a, this is originally from a blanking. I bet that makes it concentric. I bet that makes it continue to go. It'll do all the individual subnodes, which is not what we want this time. Okay, we can do that. We don't want to free it. No, we don't want to free it. All right, excellent, Chad. Sounds good. Can I open it as a something? Relative path or absolute path. It can be null. It can be all manner of things. Let's see about casting it to stuff, maybe? No. Well, we can do this much. Static body A2D. Okay, let's see whether that was the correct answer. So that's what I'm doing now, is I want to see whether it auto-completes and it knew what it was doing. Now I believe the node that I'm referring to is in fact already a static body 2D, and it doesn't have a static body 2D inside it. On the other hand, if it did, that would work. Essentially what we're doing here is child is each instance, they're children. The children should be directly static body 2D already. So I shouldn't have to further get a node there. Can you refer to it as... I hardly like to disable this already. Because that was apparently a thing, and that's the thing I wanted. And that's the part I need. It's wrong, but it's the part I need. And that's what it needs to become. But I do need to name it CPOS instead of GPOS. Oh, it's still not happy, is it? What's your little problem? What? Oh, pfft. It says static body 3D, not 2D. No wonder it became upset. and didn't know what it was doing. So I'm reasonably sure this is not it. Sadly, you also can't see a damn thing because my head is in the way. That's probably why nobody's hanging out. I'm reasonably certain this isn't going to work. But I could test it and find out whether it even runs or whether it just blows up. So we'll do that. It made a noise. It made this. So far so cool, I guess. Oops. Bonking into stuff. Heading downwards to find the next cube down. Where is it at? And there's our next cube. Other stuff is just kind of moving around it. Okay. Still working. Probably didn't do anything. But this stuff is still technically what it's supposed to be. And I don't need to worry about the instances because the instances are being updated every frame. That's fine. So my concern here is that I'm assigning cube body to be the static body. I'm trying to refer to it. It has its own location, but I'm iterating through the cubes node, getting children. It's not recursive. That's what the false should mean. I'm assuming that's what that means, yeah? If it shows me, you won't be able to see it. Let's get node. Include internal equals false. So we don't want the returned array to include like the rigid bodies and stuff. Or it's a static body. We don't want it to return the meshes. Or we don't want it to return the physics shapes. We want it to return only the static bodies because those will have a position. And we have child, which presumably is an object that is already a static body. So I suppose one thing we could do is go type Okay, that should be... Oh, the given expression is never of the provided type. Well, that's clear, but I don't know why. It's saying straight up is never of the provided type. That is disappointing. there I am iterating through the types, and it's never of the provided type. That's disappointing. For each var child. So that should be iterating through nodes, local variable node child, static body cube body, that dies because it's trying to get a node. Well, that's an if statement that I already know is invalid. What if we cast it? No, it didn't like that, did it? That's not how you cast things, apparently. Well, the keyword as was in there somewhere. We can't do that, but if we do that, well, maybe then we're getting somewhere. Wouldn't it be funny if I could do for each var child in get node as static body 3D? Because that's all they should be. There shouldn't be anything else there other than that. However, if that did work, we'd be in with a start immediately. And then it's actually very simple to, for settle the heck down. Or do you? I don't think you get to assign to these directly. It would be lovely if you could, but I don't think you get to do that directly. Let's find out. Public float, also accessible by using the index position 0. You don't say. Well, shucks, what if we just do the thing? Not that thing, different thing. What if we do that thing? I guess it simply doesn't work, that's what. Okay, I thought not. You can't modify a struct member when access the struct is not classified as a variable. You can assign to position, that's what we're doing up a couple of lines, but you don't get to do this. Didn't think you could anyway. I bet you can do it with this, though. X is going to be the one. Not all of this, though. I don't know why it thinks I had to do the two things. That's just dumb. And then in theory, that should do it. In theory, that should do it. And it'll be easier to update. I guess we find out. It's time to find out. If this works, it'll be immediately obvious. If it doesn't work, I'm out of luck and back to square one. And let's see. Why? Well, now hang on. Why is the one we don't update? Also, don't we have two X things in there? Hang on. We sure do. X minus equals world size. And then why we're not altering anything? Because that's where our instances are. We're not doing a bit of that. But Z is a whole other story. Oop. So that's minus and that's plus. Alrighty. If this works, it works. If it works for any number of cubes I make. If it doesn't work, nothing useful will happen at all. Okay, first order of business, I crash into stuff so that I can have a clearer shot at seeing where these are. There. There I see an instance below me and an instance above me. If we go up, we will see a continuing stream of these things. But if I go over, either I will see, yep, okay. So I think that did not work. See, as I go through the world, it disappeared, and it appeared back over there. Yep, this is not following the rules. What happens if I do it back this way? It reappeared. Okay, so did not work. This did not work. Why didn't it work? Do I have bugs that are shown? Is there something I can do with this that'll make it work? It's like it's not reaching through. Oh, hang on. Okay, so static body, cube body is child as static body 3D. Can I just set child position? We're iterating through it after all. No. That sucks. Why not? That's really annoying. So I can iterate through each of these. Can I iterate through them as static body 3D? Because I don't get to do it indirectly. I don't get to make a cube body and then update it and have it do anything. You don't get to do that. Well, this is becoming much more annoying now. And that just makes me sad. That's stepping on my attempts to make a macro structure very, very hard. Although technically nothing is stopping me from just making a ginormous one. Well, no, it does still kind of get in the way, doesn't it? Because I need to be able to iterate through everything in cubes and update it with this. We can do that. We can do that. Does that make it possible to talk back to this thing and update its position? I don't know, but we're going to find out. Now we're reading it as cube. Ooh, but nope. Has to be able to do that. Even then, that might not help. But we can but try. Let's see if it even runs. That might be asking too much. It runs. Smack the rock. And restart. So we can go down until we see new things. And much like Guardian only exists, Guardian sits there, but if we blast up, well, those cubes are no longer near it because its position is being updated every step of the way. Now it's far below. Well, I feel like I can still see it glinting down there, though. But if I go this way, I've come back in the other side of the world, and we have not updated the position of this. Even though we referred to cube directly, we did not successfully update the position of that. Although it's not crashing, but we can make a variable of it as cube, but it's not passing it back to the original one. And we're iterating through child. But we're not going to be able to refer to child as any particular thing. We could free it, then it'll just disappear. but we can't do anything with it. Don't need to add child that already is the thing. I feel like it might be worth looking over on the old, these days it's DuckDuckGo that I look at. Reading some of this stuff that is buried beneath. I could try to load it by index. That seems messy. I don't think I like that. We're doing this ridiculous mess. Just to try to so this is a mess. This is a big mess. Doesn't do anything. I can iterate through child, but I can't do anything with it. We're going to do web searching. We're going to do a little web searching. In a little web window. There's somebody doing a something. Well, that looks messy. That looks messy too. Well, we can try to do a thing. Okay, so here we have this. But we could also make something else that won't actually be an override because it won't exist elsewhere. And I guess we need the underscore. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we don't need an underscore. Settle down, Sparky. So if we can call this from somewhere, then we can use it. Static body 3D will be updating position. There, if we can call this from the other thing, then that'll do the job. I don't know why those are underlined in yellow. Somebody has a complaint somewhere. Oh, it doesn't match the parameters. Okay, you know what? Fine. Wants it to be lowercase. Who am I to argue? Is that just going to cast it to int? I'm not sure that's good. We can but try. Let's see. Let's go up here. Nothing's crashing with this, but nothing's happening. I don't see how I get to call that. I apparently get to address these things, and that's nice, but I don't see how I get to call that. So let's look at what that is. It's shift me. Let's see if we can call shift me. Because none of that did nothing. But then that will be even simpler. Don't even need to read it. First, let's see if it runs. If this doesn't run, I'm going nowhere fast. Well, it ran. What I don't know is where I am relative to all that other stuff. So let's go and do all of these things then. That'll be a +1 this time. Y doesn't change anything. And that's going to be 0 minus 1. And then 0 plus 1. I could also use the float and just use world size, and maybe that'll be cleaner. But for now, we find out whether it does the thing. First, by crashing into a rock and having everything be a lot emptier. Boom! And again, we can fly down or up to get to these, but the question becomes, if I fly to the side, does it? It does. Continue to appear there. That ain't working. I'm supposed to be able to update these as I go. But so what's happening is it's not updating. The new square is just straight up appearing right there. So there is a big rock. There's another big rock. If I go this direction, it should appear right where that rock sits. And there it is. And if I go this direction, it'll appear right where that rock sits. There it is. So I can see where the instances are, but we are not updating the position of this cube. It's just continuing to reappear every time we run across it. And what should be happening is I should be going far and far away from that one, and it'll keep being offset unless I choose to turn around and go back, at which point eventually I will arrive at what the actual cube is. Except for in this case I'm bouncing right off it. So it's not crashing, but it is not doing shift me on the child. It is making a new instance. It is running shift me on it, and then it is just evaporating. What happens if I do child equals cube body? It didn't like that one bit. That's what. What's your problem now, mister? Oh, okay. For each iteration, variable child is immutable. That's a major problem with what I'm trying to do. We don't seem to be able to do a for each that way. Okay. Then let's do something else. Scroll up a little bit. Let's do something else. We can maybe get a simple for loop. We'll just call it X. Nah, we'll call it something. We'll call it count. It's a local thing anyway. Oh, don't mind me. And then count less than equal to get node cubes get count, or something to that effect. Children number. Get child count. Returns the number of children of this node. Include internal false. And they should start at 0. I'm not sure quite how this is going to work, but we can but try. Here, maybe we can start accessing things. So let's see. Okay, get node cubes again, I think. Get child by index. And index include internal false. It returns a node, but it doesn't necessarily return the kind of node I want. So we're going to have index 0. Can be used in combination with getChildCount bool. That's not useful. It'll return null. And it'll be getChild parenthesis count end parenthesis. Okay, we can do get node. Can we do get child and cast it to be something? Let's find out. Well, that's not how to do that at all. I got that completely wrong. Okay, apparently we can do that. I bet if it's not a cube, it's null. So we're iterating through that. We're getting that node and then, or do we need to get the node from, Maybe we can't even do that unless we echo the Guardian phrasing. Let's do that. But we can't just do it from there. I bet that super doesn't work. So game, get node, cubes, get child, instance count. Maybe that's on the, maybe we're on, oh, hang on, no. That's one way of doing it, but do we have to do it that way? Can but try. So what's going to happen? We're starting at 0. Count is less than get node cubes, get child count is 1, plus plus, then count is 1, it's not less than 1, so then we don't iterate it the second time. The first node should exist at 0. In theory, that might conceivably work, where the for each did not. In theory, it's just possible that that would work, although I should check and find out whether it'll even run. It's possible it'll just straight up crash. No, seems to be there. I can save a little bit of time by also updating this to not be level 2000. Okay, well, let's try it. If this works, we're in with the start. With a little array that will update all of these as they go. Also, I feel like it might be pleasing to edit that. So we can build float size in and not do the calculating here. And maybe that'll work. Maybe it'll work. Nothing we can do but try and see if it works. Every single instance of this is operating slightly differently because everything has slightly different rules to present this illusion that we're working around. It's something. All right, copy. And where it says for each gets completely replaced by this now. And we're going to do negative world size. And then positive world size. And it's going to take a float. I think. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I got to update that now too. Let's find out. Are you defined in floats? Now you are. Okay. Right on. I'm ahead of the game. The game being derping around with this nonsense. Z for each section gets replaced entirely with the new thing. Got there. And then this for each gets replaced as well in a similar fashion. Sometimes it does an okay job at figuring out what I want when it's dead obvious. Alrighty. Back we go. Now we're iterating over... Oh, now it's no good. Oh no, I stand corrected. I thought it was no good because it wasn't doing crazy things, but this time we may be in with a chance. Let's see if we go this direction. Does it appear in my place? It does. Dang it. You're supposed to be updating as you go. You're not supposed to be appearing like that. You're supposed to be left behind. That's unpleasant. Let's go backwards. And see, it disappeared because it reappeared right there. And now I'm coming through the other side of the universe, and there it is right there. It's not working. It's not working. Why ain't it working? Can we not update position that way? Are we being called at all? Neat. It's like it was listening. I want to know whether it ever gets called at all. So let's find out. Build output. In theory, we'll find out. Well, I don't see anything here. That's supposed to be build output, but is it a log? What's up with this? Build. Okay, we can hide that, but that does me no good whatsoever. Problems? Oh, hi. Are these different than what they're supposed to be? Oh, we have so many complaints. It has so many complaints. Why is it so complaining? What does it think it's doing? Complaining so much. Maybe I need to add namespace counterpart? Oh yeah, that doesn't have namespace counterpart in it, does it? So let's include this code in Cube and see if it's able to do any damn thing, having now included that. We're not actually using anything in system. Okay, so for doing this, now are we able to do shift me? One way to find out. Blasting! I say that didn't work. Got this guy here. There's another asteroid, and it will appear right in front of it. It is not updating. It is not updating at all. Not only that, I don't see anything suggesting that this is being called. I do not see it showing that, although I also don't see how you view the log. Okay, console view. Maybe that will help. Can we see console view, please? Can it do GD script? GD print? Supposed to be able to do this. Although I could just update it directly in process, that would of course imply that this can be called at all. The other thing is not giving an error. This is not producing an error, but I'm not particularly satisfied with where it stands. It's supposed to be doing its thing. Hang on. Wood stove's going out. Yeah, I'm trying to not have Google crash. Google Stream dies if it's not seeing enough motion. So I made a much bigger camera view in hopes of having Google Stream not just drop. I don't love it. I'm getting a certain amount of sass over it. But it's for the purpose of having Google Stream not just drop. It may or may not work. I don't know. Nothing much is working today, but I was at least able to instantiate a box. And it has Physics Engine, and it has some instances. What I need to do is be able to update its position, and that is proven challenging. I could try to just directly set it. That's kind of crazy, but yeah. That would be this. Then this. So if that works, then we will set it to the position of Guardian. That'll be weird. We'll see whether this crashes or not. This is what worked for Guardian, and this is the technique being used for Guardian. So because we don't seem to be able to call shift me. I don't like that, but it seems to be the truth. Yeah, also I resized myself to be slightly smaller and then the power went out. So I don't know about resizing myself anymore. Seems dangerous. Okay. So we have defined a gpause. How about no? Let's just see if we can reposition it like this. That didn't work. And I can tell you why. Because Y doesn't have that code in there, but these do. If this zaps it over to where the position of the Guardian is, that'll work. Guardian is hanging out down here. So if I move to the side and then that snaps over to cover flashing guy, it did not. That did not work. See, there it is. But then if I back up, we're instantiating one of those update things, but all it did was not update a thing. Instead, here these are. There's in the same position in world coordinates. Whereas Guardian is moving. See? There's Guardian. There's the box, and now if I get out of here, the box is back where it's supposed to be. These are staying in the same position. Whereas if I back away from Guardian, Guardian does appear to go farther away. Whatever happens to everything else. And that's because every time I traverse a world boundary, Guardian's position is being updated every step of the way. But I am finding it impossible to also update the position of the static body. That's annoying. Maybe. It might very easily end up being one of those. I am simply not finding the right angle for it. It is also time for me to go and address my taco makins. Yeah, I also can't tell whether this ever gets called. Not there. Not there. That's not happening. Certainly not today. So yeah, I have no visible console. I cannot see whether this ever gets printed. I wonder if I can update cube size on the fly. We'll find out. Let's try that. Worth trying anything really at this stage. And we can do that during hitting escape, because that way we can just kind of make that go. Oh, we're going to need to do the loop. Okay. Angular velocity. That's a restart. I'm trying to find somewhere in here that actually helps. Breaks. Let's do it during breaks. Breaks works. So if we can do stuff here, we can do stuff elsewhere. So we can't actually do shift me from there, near as I can tell, but okay. Hit brakes and all the cubes become 1 in size. Fair. We'll see if that does anything. So in theory, if we hit brakes, now the cubes will be like, boop, and become tiny. Let's find out if it works. They're not becoming tiny. Not having a lot of success making them tiny by hitting brakes. That did not work. That did not work. What's my Godot look like? That's what I'm supposed to be looking at. Much like, well, no, Guardian, you go to Guardian first. Maybe I'm just not looking at the right place. Here's where we started. So get node Guardian, root game Guardian. Ah, okay. Let's try this. This is new. If there is no cubes element at root, which there is not, then this could conceivably change things. And the reason none of the rest of it is doing anything is because there's no such node, so there's no such children, so nothing ever runs. Worth a try. Ooh, also I better do it here. And there. And there. There, and there, and here. And here, and I'm going to have to tack game on the end of that. And let's see if that helps. It could. These are obvious enough annoying issues that seem direct and simple. You can't simply do get node from here. I might be trying to get cubes from off a player. That would be crazy and clearly and obviously wrong. So let's go about trying to do that. And that. And that. And that. At which point some of this stuff might make a bit more sense. We'll see. First, let's see if anything works or if anything happens. There's my stack of cubes. Okay, something happened. Something moved. Hey! Look at that. So we're doing extra stuff, but I think we might be in with the chance here. And just in time for me to go and thaw out food for tacos. Let's see if that works. Let's see if you can call shift me. That might have been the thing. We'll go back to trying to do it off of Shift Me. This time we're doing game get node root game cubes, and that might make all the difference. Kind of stands to reason. And then all of the stuff that I pasted in was just trying to force it to refer to the Guardian position. Oh no, wait, hang on. Let's undo that because those are actually meant to be there. I didn't scroll down far enough. We need to go down to where it's talking to cubes again. There we are. Okay. And it's Shift Me we're referring to. We don't need this thing up here for hitting brakes and altering this. So that can go back away again. Let's see what we got. Might be there. Okay, here's our cubes, here's our Guardian. Back away and see if they remain visible but fade off into the distance. Oh, I just hit something. Well, it's because I'm backing up. Come on. Out of my way. I am going to call that a success. We don't have everything we might want, but that is something. And if we go back in this direction, we can sort of distantly see a stack of cubes off in the distance. We can go towards any one, and if it approaches, there it is. Vertical stack of cubes appearing. And if I back away this way, back away this way. So that's supposed to be backable, awayable until you can't see it anymore. This will be a different one each time. And then it disappears because I've gone too far for it to be visible. Right on. And if we have that one, we can have any number of them. So on the back of that, I'm going to take a moment to go and get cheese ready for my tacos, leaving the music going. The thing came and whacked me while I wasn't looking. There we are. Success. So now if I instantiate these anywhere in the universe, I'll be able to travel to any one of them that exist. Like, they'll be represented in this sort of vertical way rather than a horizontal way. Although, you know, you could still see, that's the thing, is they don't actually have to be instanced. Hang on. They don't have to be instanced at all, do they? We could position them on a much grander scale and make a ginormous thing out of boxes. And just have everything be updated as you go through. If it's a relatively small number, then it's actually fairly straightforward. Let's see what we get by that. That might be interesting. So if that's the case, we don't need this at all. It's gone. We don't need this at all, because every instance is actually just the physical instance that you have. And we don't need to pre-delete anything, so we don't need this at all, none of it. And this has to be Y. So Y and float Z. And presumably it was printing shift me called a lot, but I never cared or saw about that, so that's fine. That's pretty direct. Seems to work. Seems to work. Now we got to go back here. Because we got to do a little of this. There's X. Here's Z. And there. Now those fit within 3 calls. And now I got to stick this into the Y update because it will also be relevant to Y updates. Then all we got to do is run a loop on game start and spew cubes all over the place. And that should be fun. They can probably be a larger size too. How large is a good question, which I don't know the answer. But this could get interesting. Let's see what we got. Here's the X form. Copy that. Paste it in after here. And again. And move this until it is calling the Y form. Just like that. Make sure I'm selecting the minus. And just like that. That should work. Does it still run? Yep. There's our big old there's only one of it. And away it goes into the distance. So that now has a universe space outside of the existence of the known world. It will go way off into the distance, or then you can reapproach it. Whereas my dinner is ready. Have I reapproached it? Have I lost it? That's the thing, is now it has a tangible space. I can go just about infinitely far away from it and never find it again. Where's my cube? Should be more or less up from here, unless it's moved somehow. I may have lost track. Guardian moves. The cubes maybe don't. So the next thing is we start fooling with where they appear in new level. Let's make them 500 and let's set it as a offset. It's now in negative space rather than positive space. Soon we'll start iterating through and making lots of them and assigning them according to the texture that we're using. But for now, not so much. Now we just have the distant board cube off there. And you head away from it and then cannot see it anymore. I stand corrected. Yes, I can. Up a ways and over a ways, and now it is past the draw distance, but I can approach it like this. See, that should appear again. Okay, in theory it should have appeared again. I'm not quite sure what happened. Again, my position is relative to asteroids and things, but it's not relative to this. I fear I have lost my cube. I've gone too far. I've roamed too far and no longer have the cube. So, there is one thing I can do about that. If the position becomes too extreme, I can bring it in the other way. And yeah, this will make the space feel much, much larger because it will literally be much, much larger. That said, what can we do to make this a lot more drastic? So when we call shift me, that is now editing it. We could, since we are incrementing it so much, maybe it's going beyond the... I'm going to run one more time while having it be right there and visible. Find a place where I can theoretically just go in reverse and not hit anything. I don't know if that qualifies, but straight backwards, and then it disappears, and then I go straight forwards and see if that helps any. Fairly slowly because I feel I'm going to hit rocks in the back of my head. But I should be able to get to a point where that is no longer visible, as huge as it is. Okay, that's past the draw distance. Continuing to go gently backwards. Now, turning around, going forwards, without moving a thing. Do I get my cube back? Oh, hi, that's interesting. Let's go down, see what happens. No, that seems about fine. It's acting a little weird, but oh, it's bumping up. That's interesting. I think I have a code bug. See, it keeps going farther. Yeah, so it's supposed to be bumping down when we do that. I think I have a bug. And I think I know what that bug is. We can't go fast enough up to catch it. And that is because we've got some kind of instance thing going on where vertical offset is not doing it properly. So it's going to be, there's a world size that needs to be a negative world size, and it needs to match what's done with the Guardian. Here we have position equals y minus world size, but shift me is plus world size. Here we have y plus world size, and shift me is also plus world size. That ought to work. That is the remaining bug. Negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive. That should be good. Okay, now that we've got that stuff sorted out, backing away until it can no longer be seen. Kind of going to the side a little bit, scooching forwards. There it is. There it's gone. So the idea is if you go about doing this right, it is not within accessible space right now. Nor are my shots, apparently. Come on. Hit something. There you go. So when I move into the zone where these are, I don't have quite enough happening here. Oh, I am just about out of fuel, aren't I? As it comes into space, it should move a bunch of things out of its way. They'll suddenly jump in position, because right now, the instances can intersect with where it is. But as soon as they get close enough to it, it will take on physical form, and then other stuff is able to be kind of teleported out because the static body intersecting with rigid bodies. Now what might happen is the rigid bodies start moving really fast. So I have not checked to see whether I could bounce shots off of it. Oh, so Mr. Dude's mad at me now. This is not a high level, but all the same. angered the Guardian. So I need to land on something gently so that I can have my points back. And now that things have had a chance to drift around a little bit, now I approach the cube to see what happens if there was anything intersecting its position. Do rigid bodies start flying about? Do things teleport? Do they get incredibly high velocities? Are they just sitting on the surface of it? They might have just been sitting on the surface of it. Maybe they were teleported to just literally on it. See, this is what would happen if the asteroid was inside this as it spawned in. The physics engine would jump and correct that. One way to double check that, we can play a much higher level. This I am tempted to move to way higher than everything else. Cut. And let's put it in before anything happens. Ooh, but we do need to have it show up after this. Where do we set position? I don't know if we do. It's not going to care about world environment. Are we setting position here somewhere? But if we haven't run this, we don't have the random graphic to use. You know what? I'll put it right after player, but before everything else. And then this would become a iteration where we spawn a bunch of them, but they're all over the place. And in theory, the whole thing could wrap a little bit too, so you wouldn't be able to go just infinitely far away from it. Instead, everything would have a much larger wrap where you went in this direction. I should be in there. I'll be around Thursday briefly. I'm not going to be able to show up very early on Thursday. Okay, so here we're instantiating these, and the physics engine should interact with the cubes. How do we go about doing that? A fair question. But we have a level that we can run. So maximum density. No, let's bump it even higher. 700 bots and maximum density. Let's see how it handles this. Yep, it lives. There. So here is space, and here are a kajillion billion bots, but if I approach the giant cube that's over here somewhere, there. If we approach this giant cube, everything's going to be spawned over to the side. We're going to make the cube snap into the position of everything else, and then everything's going to get moved. Let's see what happens. Okay. How are we doing? Well, that looks like stuff is embedded in the cube. That's weird. Got a bunch of bots rolling around on the surface of the cube. That's fine, I guess. Oh, something's coming through. The Guardian's coming after me. Let's go up to the top of the cube. Maybe things that are inside the cube remain inside the cube until they rise above. So yeah, we've got that stuff gradually rising out of it, but once out, it cannot go back in. This has some implications for being able to find a dude who is actually inside the cube at any given point. Things are just rolling around on the surface. Yeah, once stuff is outside the cube, it seems to be basically okay and not able to go back in. This gravity that I'm getting is definitely simply because... Oh, that's freaking out. That's an unhappy rock. But nobody that is outside the giant cube is able to go back. That's probably workable. Oh, let's see if this asteroid... Yep, it bounced off. It bounced off. So this is an interesting mess. I wonder whether the Guardian is on the other side. So we got one position for this. Also, if I look over here, I can probably see the void in the next... See how they're on the surface? And then over here we see they look like they're on the surface, but that's just because they are instances. And everything inside doesn't get to be inside anymore. Although, now I make it so that the rocks cannot bounce off of me because I'm in the shield of the cube. Like that. But I should still be safe because things don't get to bounce across this cube. Maybe they should be giant panels. Maybe rather than being a cube, these should be huge walls in different orientations. That might be cool. Wouldn't that be neat? And stuff's coming this way, but it's bouncing off of the cube. Shelter of the cube. I'm going to peek over here and blow the heck out of some rocks. Oh! There's a Guardian over there. I could see this being just giant walls in space that you have to deal with. That could be neat. I could see that. We could even give them the well, if you give them the color of what you're seeking, then that's pretty obvious. Oh, I see the Guardian is hiding over there. So if I go to the other side, he has a fixed orientation always. he's way the heck over there. And if I shoot these guys up here, oh, that's violent. And stuff bounces off of the sides of the cube, and I'm still reasonably safe. So we're talking emergent gameplay here. We're talking how many of these rocks can I violently blow up without getting smooshed myself. See, they bounce away. They bounce away. Oh, I am out of points though. I gotta touch one of these rocks. I shot all of my zaps. And technically, in the current state of the game, that means I don't have any power yet. So that's unfortunate. I have to wait for gravity to attract me to something. Oh, look at all those guys up there. That line basically just means there's a wall of bots hanging out by the side. So that's kind of interesting. I'm really warming to the idea of it being like walls pointing all funny directions. We could perhaps do something with that. My concern is I don't have a way of angling, well, actually, what am I talking about? These are... we don't have any instances, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Touch me and give me points. Oh, you stinker. Okay. Game over for now. So, yeah. That not only worked, but there was like emergent gameplay. So then the question becomes, what can I make these giant cubes actually be? We do not have any resizing here. Probably don't even need world size or cube size. Let's assume we don't. There's like nothing to these other than shift me. So in theory, I can make crap loads of them in all different kinds of shapes and stuff. Ooh, I do seem to have an error here. Oh, that's why. We no longer need to put those there, so instead... cube doesn't need to have a world size because we're getting it from elsewhere. It's being fed in here, so we don't need world size there. Now let's find out whether we can make this not be a cube. Scale times a vector 3. That will solve this problem. That's a comma. Alrighty, And if we can do that, we can make it out of random numbers too. And scatter these all over the place. And, oh, what the hell just happened? How about a no? How about an undo? Thank you. What were you even doing? I meant to copy that and paste it in where this is. Let's see if we can do that again. Nope. Nope, that didn't work at all. Hang on. Let's just type it in. I don't appear to be able to paste it in. Alrighty. Now, maybe it's not a cube. It's a wall. Or it's nothing. Maybe I just broke everything. First of all, it's got to be somewhere. Hello? Hello, giant space wall. Okay, the assumption there is that I can scale a box with the vector 3. That assumption might have broken down. Well, if I crash, it'll do it over again. So let's see what it does on level 1. Level 1. Aha! Ha! See, that was out there somewhere. And we go closer to it and find that it is a wall. A wall that we can bounce off of. A wall that these things can bounce off of. But still, just a wall. So we can put all manner of stuff in there. And it is a wall that you can travel away from. To the point where now I'm lost and I don't know where it went. But there could be lots of them all over the place. See, there it is. Found it. Found it. And if Mr. Angry there is mad at me, I can hide behind the wall. How's that for a megastructure? Can't do a thing to me. Refueling. Here we are with our giant space wall. So we can make megastructures out of stuff like this. That could be interesting. In fact, they could be placed at boundaries where stuff doesn't tend to go. That could be interesting. So yeah, obelisk works. And we could do the number of walls in the universe could be a factor of level. So yeah, here's what I'm thinking. It's probably a little late today to be adding this, but all the same, it might be fun to add it by just from so we need to do that, and we need to do that for the player's texture. So let's see what we can do here. We'll start with that, and then we will go from there, and then stop there, I think. I think some of this needs to be, yep, private byte brain. So we'll call it, I don't know, cube brain or something. Because essentially we're making it the shape of the brain of the counterpart, including everything within. Actually, if it's private, the bot stuff is private as well. What if we just do that? So here's where cube first appears. If we make a loop out of this by first making that, gotta do player get node. That didn't work, but we can go from player material. We can work from here and start working with that. So we've got player material. It's presumably always going to be not null. So this we don't need. So now we've got that. Technically we've got player image. No, that's an image texture. It needs to be made into this. What's your problem here? Well, let's go about this a different way then. Then this should be all within brackets, like that. Then, okay. Then that goes in here. That was weird, but we'll manage. There. So now we have an image. We have assigned it and that's not within the domain, is it? What's going on here? Why are you not working? Also, is it really only 180 bytes? That seems crazy. That can't be. we can do that. And that stuff ends up getting randomized. So maybe I don't even use brain image for that. Oh, no, wait, no, I will have to, won't I? Player image. So what we could do is indirection. We'll do that in 2 stages. That will give us an image that we can then work with. So I don't have to use that. And then we'll assign the player texture, image texture create from image. So now that's still an image. Then albedo texture equals that, but this ends up becoming, and we don't need to do get image because we've already got one. But we do need to decompress it. Then we have, that is new byte 180. I don't know why it's that small of a number, but we do it from universe image get data. Let's call it universe instead of brain. Hang on. And here's our limit. Then a few more changes. And then some ginormous number like this. We'll just make everything be in increments of world size and go from there. And then we'll see what we get. Nope. Yep. And then this is how we initiate that, but we're not necessarily just picking a random in there. We're going from beyond, and we're going to run through it more in a little bit. So let's instantiate that then. And let's call it universe counter. Oh, didn't mean to have that be all caps, did I? So that is now our new obelisk, but one more thing that might prove amusing is to also set the dimensions the same way. And we don't need that to be a, we can start that at neutral. In fact, we can start that at 0. Because what we are doing is iterating through this using the values in there and we're going to increment universe counter as we go. I don't know what this complaint is. Add addition or subtraction of 0 in every execution path, which is useless. Don't tell me what's useless. We're going to be incrementing that counter. No longer do we have that. No longer do we have that. 1, 2, then 3, 4, 5. Oh, we do need to instantiate the cube first, don't we? Okay. Definitely need to instantiate that first. Okay. So this is going to make a big space full of stuff. And then we are going to count less than level and then all of this becomes part of in here. And you know, the next thing we do is we increment universe counter. Now let's see what we've got. Boop. There. In theory, that will start producing objects like way in the middle of everything. They're all going to be sort of positively oriented, and it's going to be very randomized, and it's going to stop before things crash completely, but we're going to start with just level 10 and only one of the objects. What's this error? Well spotted, program. Alrighty, let's see if it runs. It's 5. It's time for me to break. It runs. Did it do anything? Well, it runs, so we can do it again. And I'm already thinking in terms of how can we offset that. But the first thing I can do is attempt to spawn a lot of the things. What do we got? So if this works, off in some direction there's going to be all manner of stuff, but I'm going to be at the bottom corner of it all. And I don't know which direction to go to find all of the weird crap, but there should be all these boxes in some direction or other. Doesn't look like it's this direction. We're running lovely though. Well, relatively lovely. Oh god, that was a very fast moving something. Something came at me like a bat out of hell. Okay, I didn't see nothing. Time to recalibrate my ideas. Level 100 seems okay. It does appear to be catching itself rather than freaking out. Well, universe counter is less than level. Well, it starts at 0, so we're good there. And it's also less than universe limit -6. Universe length, that should have that covered. It's loading the image. Probably doesn't limit itself to 180. I think it just keeps going. But that should be the byte array that I need. No, 10. And 10.0 F. No, not D, F. This should make there be a megastructure, but not one that is invisible because it's so far away. And I never said it was going to be a nice looking megastructure, but all the same, it should be a megastructure of some kind. Let's see. It can be all overlapping, and that's fine. Okay, do we see? Hello, megastructure. The hope was that this would produce a megastructure. If all these values are 0, then I'm getting nowhere. One thing I can do is force it to max out at all times, not even doing the level factor. And then we'll start with a low level and see where we get from there. There. Now this is trying to place as many megastructure elements as it can. Oh, got something. That's a something. Oh yeah. Okay. That is actually quite the large megastructure. Only trouble is everything is overlapping everything else. Okay, so these need to be much smaller. Especially since everything is Z fighting like crazy. You get inside it? Nope. That is a effective bounce. How about you? Are you? Ooh, okay. So that's struggling. Ooh, my shots are not hitting it. Okay. To some extent, we do indeed have megastructure, but everything is overlapping just way too much. So this needs to be a little bit different, but on the right track. That's maximum number of things. What happens if instead universe size is not the same, need to go up here to get there, as element? There, that ought to shrink things down a bit. Obelisk gets to be block size, not the size of the whole damn universe. Let's see what we have now. Pretty sure I need to get away from the area, and then I'll be able to see whatever is there. Perhaps not. Oh. Well, hey, no. I see something. Hee hee. Okay, here we go. That's a kind of a megastructure. Look at that. So these just need to be distributed a little more differently. Some of that stuff needs to be more spaced out. Here we are in the middle of the megastructure. It's running at a pretty decent frame rate too. That is a goodly number of objects. If we run it again, they'll be differently distributed. That is a large number of objects, and yet it seems to run just fine. So it needs to be offset by half a universe size. And now let's look over and see where the crap they are this time. Yeah, it needs to be offset by half a universe size, otherwise it could be anywhere. It's as if a large space these are. Well, no, there's just as many blocks this time, so where the hell are they? Do I I see a mysterious waft of stuff off in the distance somewhere. To clean my screen to see it. Okay, good enough. I said what I needed to do. I need to do it. Can we do a rename? Yeah, we can. Lovely. And block size still seems to be basically okay. U size could be larger, but what we need to do is have each of these separate things. I wonder if I can space them. Can we do this to make it look nicer? Let's tidy those things up. And then just do that. So that should put us neatly inside the whole thing. It's going to be different each time. And I don't see any things. Okay, well that was random. That didn't do nothing, but we could make the blocks larger. Blocks are 10 times as big, then maybe something's going to happen. I don't see any megastructures. We saw the megastructure once. Saw that megastructure one time. Ow. That hurt my ears. Apologies for being alarming like that. Oh, I see one thing that could happen. So maybe instead of doing it this way, I need to adjust my data differently. I feel like getting this to work nicely once, and then I'll go and have dinner. So U size, we're doing this in increments of, it's going to like 256, their byte. I believe that's what that does. So if we throw another paren on here, and it's going to fight me every step of the way, clearly. But not so hard that I can't get in the way. And with this, if I subtract that and then multiply by U size, that should work. Because now there will be negative numbers in there. Let's see if it worked. The one time that it worked, we really did get a megastructure. It was just overlapping itself so much. Signs point to not megastructure. What are we going to do? Well, when it was good, they were both the same size. Maybe it will do okay this way. I do know that the vectors should be comparable like that. Now what do we got? Okay, who's the Joker? There was that one time that we had 1,000,000 billion blocks. This is weird. Okay, everything gets to be smaller. We put in lots of blocks, and they all get to be smaller. 1 and 1. Is that close enough to the center that we can up? Yup. Something appeared. I wouldn't call it a megastructure, but it's a structure. So we got to start. What if it's 64? That was lower than we were at. So maybe byte only goes up to 128. Oh, I see no structures here. And the size is just 1. So we ought to be able to find something that's there. Oh, hello, is it there? No, that ain't it. So we're adding child, we're scaling these, that seems correct. Some of this is working out fine. I think our problem is it's a randomly selected one each time, and sometimes that can pose issues. Every now and then, they come out to be a useful, I know, let's scramble things a little more. +7. Ah! Okay, something happened. So if size is larger, then we'll have a something, and block size can still be 1. And now I don't see anything. Okay, back you go. This is putting things underneath me, meaning that at least some of the values are negative. Back to 1. I do not see any objects. Genesis cover is a texture that is all one color. Okay, here we go. So that's pretty messy, but on the other hand, that is a megastructure. It's just not a usefully located megastructure. But it seems to be all fairly centrally located, so we got that going on. Let's keep playing. Tone down the green, huh? Okay, with this one I can't see where any of the dots are. Sometimes the structures are visible and sometimes they kinda ain't. Sub-aqua. Okay, here's sub-aqua. That's a whole bunch of things that are being positioned in one place. So maybe we space things by universe counter and see where they go. Maybe this will stretch things out a bit. Yeah, stretching out is a strong word for what I see here. I don't see much stretching out there. Oh, I stand corrected. Got your megastructure right here. So that made everything go off in one direction for a very, very long distance. This is going to be persistent. It's going to come back. How big is that? Ow. Oh, I died. I can't explore the megastructure any longer. It's all overlapping itself anyhow. Up and Deco Agro Photo Electro. This is going to do the same thing because the concept, see, it's a little more scattered out. But the way that concept goes means that this megastructure is firstly very heavily overlapping. It's a lot more randomy than, and secondly, it's always getting incremented by the same amount, so it's going down, down, down in this direction. That is the direction of the incrementing that is going as far as the extreme. And if I fly carefully, maybe I can get to where the megastructure literally runs out. Some of them don't have colliders. Okay, so maybe we're not going to get to the end of this megastructure. I am very impressed at how many polys this was able to make and handle. We're trying to get to the end of this thing, and it's just endless. Endless. And it's scaled in all kinds of funny ways, too. But then that was expected. So that was legit. Oh wait, is this the end? Megastructures are us. They just go down in a direction. They go down in a funny direction. If you try to go too fast to reach them, you you run into one of the infinite asteroids that are also here. But all the same, I like the idea of trying to reach the end of this dumb thing. And then I get to go and have tacos. And later we end up making the megastructure actually nice, but I've just spent the last 5 minutes flying to the end of this and I'm still not there. See, my idea was to be able to make it so that... Oh, God. It's infinite! It's forever! My idea was to make it so that it would sort of fill space with this stuff, but distribute it in a more interesting way. The number of polys in here is just horrifying. Oh, we bounced off of that surface. Yeah, some of these don't have colliders properly. Oh no, we are inside the megastructure. Too many polygons. And it's still going. What does it take to get to the end of this dumb thing? Well, at this stage, we super don't have colliders anymore. Yeah, so megastructure, we got infinite structure. It is randomly generated, but it is about as infinite as anybody could ask. That's crazy. Yeah, it's still going. We are still going. So the idea is that this should go like this, but in every direction. Instead, it is just going in one direction. And still frickin'... Jeez. Can I at least blow up some rocks while I'm at it? I did say megastructure. I was not fooling when I was seeking a megastructure. Oh, is this the end? Did we actually get to the end? Ermagerd. Alrighty. So what do you give me to fly back? That's not happening. So maybe Thursday we go and make this into something more amusing. Because all that was a infinite journey to nowhere. But it does make one wonder. What you would get if you were doing universe counter mod something. Because it's just going down infinitely and forever. But if it was universe counter mod something, then it would continue to subtract by smaller numbers. Or other numbers, and it would end up being slightly different based on which number it was modded. So if you had like mod 11 mod 17 and mod 19, and this is going to end up scattering. But there's going to be a limit because it has to be subtracting something, and I don't know quite how big the bytes are, but we can make the blocks much smaller. And now it's going to do the same craziness, but it's going to be overlapping itself much more, and see? And that's what you get with everything modded to make a megastructure that looks like this. That's not that mega of a structure, but my hope was that it would be filling in spaces a little better than that. Also, we can make the blocks littler. One thing about it, though, is now we're repeatedly getting stuff that is showing visually. Haha! Megastructure of little squares. Electro. This be electro. So we've got sort of scatterings of blocks everywhere. And the farther we get, the more they're just little squares. Mostly just little squares. Sometimes they're bigger. And if we scale up, we're going to have a different arrangement. Obelisk seems to be handling itself fairly well. Block size is behaving itself reasonably well. Seeing as we're starting out with it so accessible, let's run a couple more times and see where it goes. Neon curtains. Okay, with neon curtains, I don't see it anywhere. Where's our weird obelisk? Okay, that time I didn't find one. Ideally, I'd like to have the weird thing show up on a more regular basis. Psycho eyes. Here's an orientation. Those have fairly interesting spacings. And again, if everything gets scaled up, then we start seeing it arranged more differently. Like we can make them be walls, having a little math there so that the obelisks just become facing walls going in some direction. And then run it again. It's probably okay if sometimes, yeah, see, bump map, that is forming a real pattern here that is centering in this area and going off this way. So if we just scaled it up, we'd have something that was a lot like a megastructure and just expanded outwards in whatever direction it wanted to go. Also, I could do with making that texture a little bit less glittery. It's doing a nearest neighbor thing that is not very pretty. Tone down the green. Can we see it now? Oh, bumped into something. So apparently sometimes we can see the megastructure and sometimes we can't. So that wasn't a good megastructure. Angular. Here is something that does look kind of like a megastructure, but it's all localized in a weird way. And yeah, some of these if that was huge, that would be a fairly effective megastructure. You can even bounce off it. So the thing with this is that they are not connecting to each other. If they were like some kind of cool maze of structural elements, then we would be fine with this many of the little objects, or fewer, because they could go to like the number of level. That would be reasonable. But we're starting to have that megastructure-y feel. If they connected to each other, that would be cooler. And one more time. Basket weave. It does. So that said, it's possible that they are off in some direction. When I can't see them, they might be just that away. This is basket weave. Basket weave is sort of long, pointy things, with the occasional stray dot that is elsewhere. So it's kind of like it's points in space. They're pretty regularly off in a direction. So deco. Let's go fairly far away. I wonder if I can make these overlap a little bit. So position vector 3 minus this. Let's try these, see if things are a little bit more localized. Everything does appear to be starting below me. And you know, one reason for that is because I'm modulusing this bit. And maybe that's not the part I need to be doing. But let's see. Okay, dull, sparkle. Don't see nothing. We'll figure this all out in time. Tie-dye. Oh, okay. Now it looks like, it looks like Skyblock. So that almost looks like little spaceships. They're kind of evenly spaced, but all the same. Kind of little objects hanging out. All in a pretty... So I'm pretty sure that, or they always go off in this direction, and the subtraction is what is failing me. I'm not subtracting enough. If I was subtracting lots more, and the modulus was always the same, then we should have some overlapping. And the thing is, I'm wondering whether this is going to make stuff start appearing over me rather than just under. Well, that's cool looking, but it's still under me and off in a direction. We do have a definite pattern going on here. Well, if we didn't subtract anything, does it still go down when something appears at all, at least? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, so positive values appear to go down in that way. Quite a long distance. Here's fire engine. Apparently that's just reds. And it's really taco eating time. It's fun to look at what these things are doing though. Here's Fizzy Lilac. Fizzy Lilac has everything located in these areas. And that makes it even more like a megastructure if it's at least hanging together. Rust Slats is invisible. I cannot find it. It's off somewhere way in the distance. Or it failed completely. It didn't run. Slabs o' cheese. Okay, this too either didn't run or isn't visible. Let's make everything much smaller. You can all be much smaller, and let's see what we get. Okay, I don't see anything that time. We'll make the things bigger. Also, let's go back to that. Ah! You have to go this way, quite a long way. So it starts as down here. So basically, if I multiplied all the sizes enormously, you would end up with an enormous thing that is very, 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 very far away. What should I do to make it be more centered? Because I can find that. Oh, times... I know, we'll try this. We'll go back to trying this again. Can we make this centered? Or maybe by doing this, we are simply centering it on the 0 point, which is farther away. I don't see anything here. Downwards. No, don't see it. It's a microstructure now. It's in tiny land. Well, if it's all negative, what about if it's positive? What if it's plus? That would be pretty weird if all these numbers start out as negative numbers. Wouldn't that be crazy? I feel like that did not help. Oh, no, wait, I see it. It's over there. You can at least figure out whether I'm going in the right direction. So that was visible. That looks not not visible, but really what it is very far away. So that's our new megastructure, except for it's a microstructure. That's because it's a very consistent size. And let's go back to subtracting, but now we're subtracting almost everything. What must we do to get it so that the objects are like where I start? Because I need to expand it, but have it be centered on where the player starts. Ah, there it is. That is called Morocco. It's a microstructure. So that's all cool and all, but it's not centered on where I was. I'm digging the weird EVE Online shape there, but so far this ain't working. Well, position is... Well, now hang on a moment. So multiply by U size, and we're starting player, player world size, player get node position. Player's position also needs to be instantiated somewhere. But is it? Well, that just blanks out. We're resetting camera position. Oh wait, maybe in the startup for player is where we, yeah, that would follow. So what do we do with player and ready? World size times 0.5. So that is the center. So that might be a place to start. Or finish, because it's really dinner time. But you know how this rolls. You know how this goes. Okay, why did it not like... Oh, because that's a double. There we go. Now, let's see where this gets us. Should at least be in with a chance. And we're still doing microstructures. Oh, cool, okay. That is a structure that is very nearby. I am actually fed up with the looks of this for now, but that's easily addressed. You need to have some other details here also. Filter. Let's use maps. It's gonna have repeat. We're gonna scale slightly differently. That's fine. And we're gonna have the albedo not be this blind and lit bright. There we go. Hey Chad, oh yeah, no, I'll show you what's up. We are busy trying to make a awesome macro structure, but instead it's kind of a microstructure. Let's make it I did successfully get a long diagonal thing that went down for freaking ever. But what I'm looking to do is have the randomness. Okay, now that's just a giant luminous glowing thing. Cool, but... So slanty grays is a range of sizes that is here. And who boy is that reflective. So slanty grays literally just has like one color value, so it's producing a macrostructure that is just like there. We can expand this out a little bit now that we've got it offset correctly. And hopefully not get slanty grays and fizzy lilac. Okay. So these are producing, the structure is based on the colors in the, oh, look, that bounced. So we can do that, but it's still not all that useful. And hopefully if I get a texture that is a lot randomer, no, that's not randomer at all. Oh, hi, okay, so that's a little different anyhow. A series of tubes. So we got kind of loopy shapes going on. And if this was scaled up, it could be a macro structure that fills up like all of space to an extraordinary extent. This is still too damn bright. I want it to not be that damn bright. Metallic, nothing. Let's... Oh, what are we doing? No, I guess that's still an error from long ago. Needn't worry about that. So that stuff, not especially useful. I'm looking for how to make it not so damn reflective. Shading. Oh no, let's make it unshaded. And have no specular mode. Disable some of this stuff. And let's darken it even more. Now what do we got? Yeah, I've been playing with this and it started getting stuff happening, and it's just a matter of wanting to see what it does. What me clash? Okay, I think I solved. Oh. Okay, so you could say that was a megastructure, and it is at least darker now, but it's just going off in this direction. So it's a long pointy thing. And there might be another piece of it somewhere, but I'm not sure where it would be. So this is a work in progress. Figuring out how to make macrostructures out of just these goofy objects. Look, see, now we have angular. That is actually very high up in the space off there. And so if we go towards it, we see that it was sort of a wall. A wall of blocks in regular locations. It takes up a lot of space. What I'm looking to do, though, is have a bunch of things with these kinds of shapes and things, but that form a 3D grid through space. That's not what I'm getting right now. So it's a work in progress. Okay. This at least produces some of these things like right up in my face. I have to go away from that in order to be able to see it. Yeah, these are much spaced out. There was one guy literally right there. And the one thing I have learned, however, is that they are all off in this direction. And they just kind of keep going. So, Ya is a bright color. That means there's going to be other blocks somewhere, but I'm not sure where. And then, yeah, see, those are all sort of higher than me, but this is making them go smaller. And one thing I could do to just fool with it is world size times U size times 0.5. Hitting the wrong button all the time. It's because I've been going at this for too long. So then if that still works, we'll make the blocks go bigger too. Yep. I'm using the textures to dictate how it creates the structure, and I'm running into troubles because it doesn't often give me anything very good. Like here, you see this? Deep green sea. So that's kind of higher up than I am. You can't really make out what it is. Arguably, I should be turning the texture mapping back on again or something. So these tend to be overlapping a lot. The colliders are still working. But see, it's doing a sort of big slant there. Ideally, I'd like this to fill space in a more interesting way. Vivid. So that one, we're kind of looking there. So some things were at my level and things tend to be sort of up in this direction. When I didn't compensate for world size, they pointed down instead. Which might mean I can offset it by less, and it'll start placing me in the middle of these things in a way that lets it scale. That doesn't really feel like I'm in the middle of that. It just plunked a big thing sort of in my face. Again, I don't like the look of this. I need to go and put it back. I need to put something back. So cube, let's let fog still be there. And we'll go back to shading, but we don't need to have a very good quality diffuse. And we can play with a toon specular mode just to see what that does. I could probably also assign the texture to it as well, but not so worried about it. Or I could assign the texture, the color of that pixel to the dot. That'd be kind of freaky. Firstly, let's see what this does. those are overlapping. That's over me. Yeah, so sometimes they just place stuff all in the same place. There might be hundreds of cubes on one of those spots. Gear. What do we got with gear? Oh. That, on the other hand, that's a little bit like a megastructure, but it's not very impressive in some ways. It's just super overlapping. There's physicality to it, but all it really is a long angly thing. And I was kind of looking to not have stuff just be a long angly thing. So we continue to experiment. Now we're right on top of one. Some of them are going down from where I'm at. Some of them might be pointing up from where I'm at. And also the spacing of these things also poses issues. We got a lot of stuff that is just sitting in the same place. So if something like this was scattered out more, then you might get something like a mega sponge, or you might get something like a grid. But all this is a bunch of blocks that are placed in exactly the same place, so that they are all in exactly the same location at exactly the same dimensions, and so they're z-fighting like crazy. Whereas that's not z-fighting quite as much, but that's because they're kind of overlapping each other in a different way. See that one? We've got another space, but they're still very similar patterns. You can bounce shots off of them. These are all perfectly physical. And I don't even know how many polygons we have in here. Autumn browns. Okay, so some of those are higher than I am and some of those are lower. And they're not being spaced out very good. Yeah, I would be keeping a database if I was doing that, and I'm looking to not have it done quite that way. Oh. And here we have another form of megastructure. At least they're sort of in the vicinity. I'm just not happy with how much they overlap. So there's one way to deal with that. If the block size is still small, but then the U size gets bigger, then either you never find it at all, which might happen. In this case, it feels like I never find it at all. So you never know there's a megastructure because it's too far away to see. Or, and I'll keep trying until I get one. They tended to be down rather than up. Menger Sponge is not a very random setup. I'm looking to get something that acts like a 3D plot of the texture that you have. So that's not what we've got right now. But we are placing lots of cubes. I'm just looking to keep rerunning it until I get something that can be found. I might have scaled it up too much. That's the way it is. Like you're looking at this background. Any of those backgrounds might actually also be the megastructure because that's how huge it is. Let's make it a little smaller. Four times the previous size. See, since it's a megastructure, it is so far away also, you might not actually find it. It's at a position in space, but once you start approaching it and it shows up out of the fog, and it's just dauntingly huge. But I have to be able to get it so that it actually shows something. This is also going to be a no-go, I think. Like the one that I found and actually scaled out properly, spent 5 minutes going from one end of it to the other. It was crazy. Nope, didn't find it that time either. I guess I'd probably just keep rerunning it until I visibly see something immediately upon starting up. Because otherwise, there's not a lot of chance of getting there. Well, I could go down to where Mr. Dude is hanging out. Nope, don't see anything. Hoping to find him at some point, and yes, I know I do have to make dinner. It's like the one that I had earlier was so cool, I want to make it happen again. Nope. Sub-aqua is very dark colors. I can definitely come up with something. We're just struggling to get to where I can show the megastructure. Possibly. Right now I'm just seeing if I can luck into being able to get to a point on it. I suppose one thing I could do is make the block sizes larger. Or much larger. Oh, hang on. Mega structure, ahoy! That's up, not down. And it's darker. I didn't realize sometimes you did have to go up to find them. That, or I could just take the actual texture and draw block sizes based on how dark the pixel is, or something to do with their orientation. See, now we're inside the megastructure. Maybe we don't need to add quite as much. And maybe we can increase the scale again. Do I see something, or is that just the background? That's the trick, is trying to get it so that it's doing something cool. And it's not necessarily meant to be right there when you start up. Those are simply asteroids. That's not a megastructure at all. I'll make them have larger blocks. And scooch back a bit again. Okay, do not see. I will end up finding one. The whole thing is trying to start in the middle of such a space. Aha! Okay, here we go. So, you know, we can go off of this way and stuff, but look there. That's something that looks kind of solid. What I need to do is have it be a structure rather than just a sort of point cloud. But this is a point cloud. So here we've got asteroids and stuff, but as we continue to approach it, we see that it is a very large point cloud indeed. Just that rather than being a cool structure, it's like just a series of slabs, but they all have collision, and there's an awful lot of them. And all of our little bots and things, like I can redo this with a level being much higher. Now everything's going to interact with that stuff, assuming we can find one again. So here we have our cluster of asteroids and everything. But if we're actually able to find our weird structure, everything will be interacting with it automatically. And I don't see it here. So we'll try relaunching again. Like, not everything should necessarily be a perfectly defined megastructure. But there ought to be some. And it should be interesting the way stuff interacts with them. Okay, don't see one there. Ought to be able to get there with a little persistence. Ooh, I'm glad Donut's working for you. Nice. That pleases me. Okay, Hotel California. Is this going to generate a megastructure somewhere I can find it? We do have a whole bunch of asteroids because we're at level 500. Oh, crashed. Oh, interlocking. Okay, so we're starting at level 0. Where's my megastructure? Is it down? Is it up? I see Phantom at up. Ah. See, this is the problem. Here we are. So that's the problem. Just applying the texture directly means we get this. This shape is what the pixels making up interlocking. See, it's kind of like a megastructure. Interlocking makes this happen. It's not actually random variables. Oh, we went through that. Interlocking is a series of, hey, we have spires. So yeah, this is as high as this structure goes, and this is going to be it for the stream. It has collision. It is procedurally generated. It's just not being procedurally generated very well. But if we wanted to get to the end of this megastructure, even though it's not procedurally generated very well, look at what we have to do. Up. And we bounced off it, so we have to keep going. And there's the bottom of it. So yeah, that's not a cool object, but it's using lots of polys. If I was able to do the thing like with the Blender spaceship generation, but based it off of like random values off of, because this is like random values, but they're just sort of very specific. I'm getting lovely frame rates with just astronomical numbers of weirdly shaped cubes here. And most of them are overlapping each other, and it doesn't even care. You could make a spaceship the size of anything this way. And you can blow up your asteroids that are next to it. I said you can blow up your asteroids that are next to it. Let's try to blast it. Come on. Please explode. Oh no, it's a phantom asteroid. Well, that's unfortunate. I was looking to make the asteroid bounce off of the structure. I suppose I could just go and look up the spaceship generating things that generate stuff out of your blocks and such, and then just seed those spaced out in different ways, so that you would have your asteroid fields and all that kind of stuff, but then you would have astronomical numbers of titanic, ginormous spaceships. Because this is a very inefficient way of making a megastructure. Everything's all overlapping and stuff, or spaced out in weird ways. And yet the amount of area here is really quite huge. And all the boxes are relatively small too. And yeah, it's a thing. I want to see if I got one more that's actually cool. Okay, here we are in a very high level. Not the low level that we started with. And let's see whether we have a handy megastructure in the middle of all these asteroids. There's some yellow dots. I mean green bots. All the bots are moving around quite quickly. just trying to find a space where a megastructure interferes with all of this. Yeah, Donut is the new plugin from last week. I really would quite like to see the it interacting. I suppose I could just iterate. I could just be like, okay, so the overall size is 128 worlds by 128 worlds. Go. That would work. Yeah, I'm seeing lots of rocks, but I don't see any megastructures. So we are not really there yet as far as getting that stuff. However, I did show you some of it as it was sort of working. Bits of it were working. In theory, if I ramped it the heck up, I could maybe still get it to do something. So 0.5 f for block size, and that should actually get something happening. If I'm lucky, because it's about luck. Okay, so that's a colorful sounding design. Mardi Gras. One would think you would see a megastructure. Oh, I think I see something off in the distance. Perhaps not. I felt like I saw something out there. Because this is sort of the... Oh, hi. I see something that doesn't look round. Okay, check this out. We will find our way through the asteroid fields towards areas where I see something that looks weirdly squarish. In future, these will be like properly laid out giant mega spaceships. But for now... this kind of nonsense going on. So this isn't supposed to be overlapping. I'll end up being able to fix that later, but look at this. See, I could be hunting bots in the middle of this giant, epic monster spaceship made out of cubes. And if I need to look up, we go up. Another place to look for bots. Over the side and up some more. There's the top of this section. But I see another one all the way up here. And these are just as big as the rocks. It's just a question of, can they be oriented in an amusing way? Also, I need better textures for this. The sort of vaguely rock-like textures is not really making it. Yeah, there are many cubes within each cube. They're overlapping really hard. And it could be so much better than that. But this is basically what it's like within the context of maximum numbers of asteroids. It doesn't always have good collision. There's another. They need to look much better than this, but the sheer size does kind of work. It works a little bit. See, you got collision on it and everything. So much overlapping here, clearly. But yeah, pretty sure what I'm going to want to do is just instantiate them in particular places and have them be generated a certain way. Because this random assignment is for the birds. It ain't working. But there's another area, and then here's even more. So if these were giant EVE Online sized spaceship looking things rather than just Z fighting texture cubes with really bad textures on them, then that would be kind of cool. And then you do your thing of like, okay, here's your asteroids. They will bounce off of these spaceships, and then you're finding, see, that one's rolling around on the surface because it's trying to be somewhere inside it. And it's firing in that direction. There goes an asteroid bouncing off the spaceship. The guy says, that away. And that might be the one I seek. Oh. Where'd you go? And now I have won a level at level 500 with all these big ugly blocks in the way. So this is mighty far from a game, but it is every bit of the way. It's like going a little bit closer to being something anyhow. And as usual, I have them all chasing me now. So let's all go out of here. See, and there's a cluster of these guys, but now they don't have one of those spaceships there. They're the same bots, but we're not actually where the spaceship is anymore. So it makes it seem as if it's a very big space. And it indeed is a very big space. But if I can have those giant spaceship shapes appearing out of the fog, that'll be cool as hell. And again, if I see something that looks kind of squared off, I can seek it out. I won the level, so I can't get killed anymore, so I can go wherever I want. And yeah, that's the idea, is be flying around trying to find the counterpart and being able to zap at rocks and things, blow stuff up like that. Oh. And now I'm out of zaps and out of gas, so we're done for today. But yeah, level 500, that's 500 bots over there, and also over here and there and in the other places because they're instanced. And a gajillion rocks everywhere. There's the cluster of bots. They're also visible over there somewhere, and they're all finding their way over. And we're still kind of sort of almost getting frame rate, which is a pretty unreasonable scenario. So yeah. I have to let it start up again before I shut it down. Level 501, find mandala. Oh, and I still have no power. I should really let you zip around at will. Because that was all about the scenario of not being able, like you'd have to hoard your power to get anywhere. Oh, and here comes Mr. Trying to kill me. Okay, so let's call that a day. Things are not looking up for our intrepid space explorer. Okay. So that was a lot, but you know, it's kind of fun. I will be able to show back up again at some point on Thursday. I don't think I get to show it very early, but I'll get back and maybe we'll play with this some more. I might have a better idea on how to start doing a defining stuff and spacing it out using the concept of being able to make things out of blocks and do it. But all in all, yeah, it's all pretty cool. It'll be fun to be able to make giant, ridiculous spaceships if I do end up solving that. We shall see. For now, I ought to be able to drop something pretty cool plugin-wise this coming weekend. I think it's about ready. And I will see you on Thursday at some point, most likely, and talk to you later. Bye-bye.